Yes, once again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. I hope you're all doing well. Please, if you're watching, do let me know whether you can hear me loud and clear. Please do accept, but more importantly, blue morning to you because, in fact, it is the Blue Morning Show. As it is a tradition here, again, we have to look at what we have in the chat. Again, it's an interactive show. It's about the panelists. It's also about those in the chat. So, yeah, we learn from each other. Let's see what we have already. We have, again, Blue Morning Kachila panel and chat. I'd be surprised if that was someone else from Liam Lane. Blue Morning to you too, Liam Lane. I hope you're doing well. Please like and subscribe if you haven't when you enter, as it helps the channel grow and reach a wider audience. Yes, people, we have just 15 likes. That's actually a high number. Again, usually it's about 5 at this point. Yeah, about 15. I appreciate that, but keep liking the stream so that we can reach more people as possible. Big up Kachila and the crew. Big up to you too, my nature brother. Adekunle Temitope. Sounds good. Thank you very much. Loud and clear, says my brother there. I appreciate that. And I already have TyTalks in the house. Ty, I appreciate you finding time to join. I hope you're enjoying the festive period. For me, I'm grateful that, again, I recovered to an acceptable extent to enjoy my Christmas, and I'm getting better and better every day. I hope it is the same with you. And I'm seeing my brother again, Roger, just joined the panel. I hope you're coping with the loss. Again, I don't know if talking about it, I hope it doesn't, again, I'll remind you of how do I phrase it. But again, I've been praying for you and I'll keep praying for you, brother. Thank you so much for finding the
It's
time.
all good.
Thank you. To join the panel. Sorry?
Good morning.
Good morning to you too, brother. Quite a lot. We have quite a lot lined up to talk about. We'll talk about the contract. The sort of contract was signed. Was signed a Datro Fofana on. That's a term used for it. Is it pre-contract or something? We'll try to explain it. We'll talk about Andrey Santos, Enzo Fernandez, the conundrum there. I'm not sure what's really going on. It's everywhere. And then we'll talk about, I don't know if it is pronounced Badiashile or Badiashile, but it sounds like a name that would be pronounced Badiashile. But that's, by the way, we move on from that. Ty is on the panel. I'm not going to read anything he types there. Roger, here is Liam Lane saying hi to you. I'm sure, again, he's been praying for you too. So we're going to get into it immediately. Some interesting topic here. Some, you can say, they're still relevant because it's about Chelsea Football Club. This one talks about Jorginho's agent, João Santos. We've received a proposal from Chelsea to sign a new contract. So it's our priority to discuss with Chelsea. Here's the thing about this one. I think this is just him talking for the sake of it. For me, if you ask me, I'd say I knew before time, I've suspected before time that Jorginho will end up leaving. Why do I say that? The reason being, again, if he leaves on a free, he gets a sign-on fee, which is a lot of money. And it comes, I think it comes in bulk, if anything. And the club will never offer him anything that will come close to that. So it doesn't make any sort of sense that he stays because it is business for everybody involved. My concern is that, okay, he's going. Have we signed anybody that can get the job done for us when he leaves? I know he'll still be here until June, but that's not actually, before you know, we'll be there. And if we haven't made any signings, then we're in serious trouble. Ty, your thoughts on the Jorginho situation?
Honestly, for me, I don't think that it's a case where a lot of people are against this.
Mm-hmm.
I think what many people don't do is think about the fact that yes, if you want Jorginho to leave, who's gonna come in and not only do what he does, but also do that and more? Because yes, Jorginho is lacking in many areas. He gets overturned quite easily. I think everybody sees that. We even saw it against Bournemouth, so it's no surprise that people think that. But I think people need to understand that we don't have a player at the club at the moment that can offer what he offers in terms of adding calmness on the ball, controlling tempo, and he is able to make passes as well. But he needs to have the freedom to do it, and he needs support. So you need somebody that can do that. for me, if Jorginho leaves, then it's not the end of the world, but we need to have somebody lined up. So I think people shouldn't think one-sided about this and celebrate and say, yes, Jorginho is leaving because he's stopping us from doing this, or he's doing this
Mhm.
or he's doing that. Because he does offer something in the team and he has a part to play in the team. So I think at the end of the day, it's important that we find somebody that can replace him and offer what what is more, and not only what he offers, or offers something less than he offers.
Yeah, unfortunately, most people are just thinking one-sided. And if we compare again, try to find out the ratio of how many times again the ball go again the ball goes through Jorginho to how many mistakes he make, would see it's nothing really. I mean, unfortunately, people don't think like that, and unfortunately, again, they don't think about, okay, if he leaves, who's going to be there again to help us get the job done. As much as again, hate or love Jorginho, he's very important to the way Graham Potter likes to play. Semi was the same under Thomas Tuchel, but I'm not going to start again arguing about that because I'm tired about it. He's one of the most underrated players at Chelsea, really. The scapegoating, I think now, again, I think Mason Mount has taken the mantle over him. But it's an unfortunate situation. But I think he ends up leaving. Titus, please take it easy. Wish you much love and strength. Yes, Ty. The same here again. I hope you recover fully soon. You because you still sound, you still like you're a bit under the weather. I would be very happy for Jeffy to stay. Same here. His experience is great. His leadership is great. Plus, again, you can say he knows how to bring the squad together. Really, although you don't see, he's not the most vocal, but we've heard enough of that. We've seen how managers value him to see. Again, his influence goes beyond the pitch. Really, but that's by the way. Zivo Genius says. Big up Coach Jorginho resigning and declined rise at West Ham. Happy days. I'm not sure I understand that quite well. I think you're saying Jorginho will resign. I doubt that. If it happens, I would take it. But I think we need to still sign someone else who give us more than just what Jorginho gives us, just like as Ty explained. But we'll see what happens. The club knows what they're looking for. Much appreciated. I think, look at that. That's you responding to him. Good afternoon from Colin. Colin, I hope you're doing well. Good afternoon to you too. Roger, I don't know if you would like to talk a bit about the Jorginho situation, or would you like us to move on?
No, we can very briefly.
Mhm.
By the way, good morning to everyone else.
Good morning
Thank
to you
you.
too, brother. You still sound like you're under the weather too.
Yeah, it was a tough day yesterday. I couldn't stop coughing. So
Mm.
yeah, it is what it is. So Jorginho, I was, I'm not his biggest advocate, but he does bring some intangibles, like we discussed before, his sincere leadership, his personality, etc. He's a very much likable and mature individual, and
Mhm.
that's important in the locker room. And listen, the last game, I watched it a second time. He had a very good game for the most
It
part.
did.
He was very
Mhm.
unlike him. It wasn't his modus operandi normally. He had energy. I mean, yeah, he didn't play in the World Cup, obviously, but he looked like a completely different person. But honestly, and I mean this the most nicest possible way, but I wouldn't shed a tear if he didn't return next year. I mean, so that sounds really callous of me, but I'm just being honest. He's a
But that is
very good.
if we have again a player in place who can help us
Well, of
fulfill
course,
his
yeah.
role.
No, indeed. Well, that states in the obvious there. That's a prerequisite. But he's good, but he's not great. Does that make sense?
No, it does
So
make sense. Yeah, it does make sense.
and his passing, his tempo, what he provides, it is important. But I still believe that he's not suited to this league for the most part. I really
Mhm.
don't. I think he's best suited for the Italian league or the Spanish league. Um, I think I watched Manchester City last night. I don't know whether you did or not,
I did.
and their passing, they dissected Leeds. I mean, it was surgical precision. The amount of passes, that were put forward that just went through the lines, penetrating passes with touch, by the way, well-weighted passes. Were you not thinking to yourself, why can't we do this? Because we come nowhere close to it in replicating.
If you want to really talk about that, I'd say that's down to the manager's demand. Really.
No, of course. No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about collectively,
Mhm.
whether it be coaching, whether it be individuals, whether it be formation, whatever that is. We do not resemble that in any shape or form. We are a million miles away from being that penetrating in our passes. And they
Mhm.
the amount of passes, they were sublime. You know, they're in a different league, sir. So we need something. We need to be where we used to be. We need to be the Man City is today, and I don't believe Jorginho can provide that. I'm just being honest. Just my appraisal.
Let me say this again. I respectfully disagree. Like I said,
sure, of course.
It all comes down to the demands of the manager.
Yes.
Pep wanted Jorginho, and had Jorginho been part again, had he succeeded in signing Jorginho by now, he'd be the engine of that team, because Jorginho, again, they play differently at Napoli.
Yeah.
Most, again, 99.9% of the time they play differently at Napoli under Mauricio Sarri. 99.9% of the time it is one touches, two touches, again, quick passes, and blazing speed. If you watch Napoli, then the whole team changed because you could say what's his name again? Let's say not even from Lampard. Lampard maybe still a bit pacey under Lampard, but under Thomas Tuchel, we employed mainly a very reserved approach, picking and choose when we attack. Again, mainly against sideways passes and backwards side
yes,
passes.
definitely.
Now that has changed a bit again under Graham Potter. We see more vertical passes or more progressive passes, and Jorginho also has changed. So my argument is that, again, everything comes down to the demand of the manager. Had he joined Manchester City, believe me, he'd be one of the best players in the world right now, given that Pep would change him. And that would have been off the back of the way they played at Napoli, very progressive passes, and then a quick, pacey,
noted. We can afford to play Jorginho when you have a Kante next to him that can compensate for his defensive deficiencies for the most part, you know.
But if he plays in a team that's capable of keeping the ball quite well, the defensive aspect of the game won't be an issue. Like in Man City, they keep the ball so well. You get in the ball, actually, again, you'd run your lungs out before you do that. Again, it has actually become a strategy to them to play the opposition, again, keep them running until they tire out. But in our case,
it's called death by 1,000 passes, right? So
exactly. In our case, we don't have, again, you can say, except for Jorginho, nearly every other player we have, in the squad are not capable of helping us facilitate, again, become a team that keeps the ball and keep it as well as Man City does. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It's not at the because under Lampard, I think the ethos was, whatever you do not lose the ball, keep it. If you're on the 6-yard line,
and a lot of running too.
Yeah, if you're on the 6-yard line and you have to pass back to your goalkeeper to keep the ball, you do that. Obviously, I'm exaggerating and I'm emphasizing the fact, but it seemed like whatever it takes to maintain possession, no matter how boring and mundane it is, we will kill them by 1,000 passes. And it seems, now you're right. Now under Potter, we seem to be slightly more direct with purpose, etc. But they're not penetrating passes. Now, true, these players haven't played maybe in this formation together for a long time, and maybe that will evolve over time. I can see that. But it is he, meaning Jorginho, the person that can take us to the promised land in this stylistic manner. I question that.
Yeah, just 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Go for it, Ty. Go for it. Hit me.
I'm sorry. This is the thing with this whole Jorginho thing that always makes me wonder, what is the rule? What is the expectations from Jorginho? Because I've always heard this common thing of, is Jorginho the player that will bring us to this? Will Jorginho help us win the Premier League? Will Jorginho be able to do this? Jorginho is one player. There has never been a case where one player has won anybody anything.
Of
The
course.
thing is, and one issue that I
That
think,
is just so delicious of you, Ty.
yeah, and
Honestly, I
that's
love that. Keep
and the
going.
thing and the thing is, in the midfield as well, if you look at it, there's never been any consistency where it's always one midfielder does good and then the other one suffers. And when that one midfielder is doing good, the other one looks bad. So even the smallest thing that they do, it's not going to be appreciated. It will not be rated. It will not be given any attention, or it will not be given any airtime
Mhm.
because one player is at this level. Jorginho, yes, he has his physical attributes, weaknesses, and he's not really the quickest. He's like I didn't say it before. He has a case where he's evenly overturned, and that's to do with him having little pace. But if you take the time to see the little things that he does, it's not a case where he should be doing this and then he should be getting you goals like that where he creates it. He's a deep lying playmaker. He controls the play. He's supposed to do that. You need to have a midfielder that is able to collect the ball from man and I'm happy that Man City is being looked at as this reference, because I think that if you look at the way that they play in particular, for years it's been Pep's philosophy. 4-3-3. You have one player that is playing as that playmaker, you have another one that progresses the ball forward in the midfield, and then you have
Mhm.
another one to support that playmaker. We don't have that. We have a ball winning midfielder, a deep lying playmaker, and a box to box. And most of the time, we don't play all three of them. So you're not gonna have any consistency. And the last time that we did that, I mean, it was very successful in terms of us winning trophies. So
Mhm.
I think in terms of the way that we're playing as well, the formation and the demands, I don't really think it's possible. I don't think Jorginho is much of an issue if you have somebody to support him, because a lot of the players, especially at Man City, that people appreciate and they respect, they would not be able to do what they're doing if they didn't have the profiles that is behind them or ahead of them. So I don't know. I just think that there's this confusion for me, at least, where I don't understand what people expect from Jorginho, because Jorginho's role is not what I see people are demanding him to do, because he's not that player and we never signed him to do those things. So I don't
Yep.
understand.
Yep. Just reinforcing what Ty said. Jorginho will never be Michael Essien. He will never be Mikel. He never be Makalele. Jorginho is traditionally what is called a register. And whether we like it or not, under Thomas Tuchel and underground, let me just say underground, under Thomas Tuchel, because under Thomas Ground Potter, we don't have enough sample yet. Under Thomas Tuchel, we played with a register, whether you're using the term deep line midfielder or not. Again, we again, he's a register traditionally, and defense is not his thing, but he's actually done well himself for himself, because he's over time learned to fulfill that role of, again, a hybrid role of being a register and a DM. Actually, he's learned to read the game very well. Again, he's actually does well in terms of protecting the defense, but he just cannot do it alone, as Ty has had already emphasized. But that's right. The way we'll move on. Let's see what we have in the chat again. Which players are Chelsea signing in January? There's no telling. It's everywhere. We've already, you can say, completed the signing of Datro Fofana, on the verge of completing the signing of Badiashile. Let's see what happens. To me, I like to pronounce that as Badiashile, because if you're not going to tell me the E there is silent, it doesn't make any sort of sense. And given that it's African, maybe again the issue we don't know, but enough argument about how to pronounce that name. Let's see what happens here. Just give me 1 second. Do I have a frozen screen? Kevin Palmer tweeted about what? Tell me. Let me see. Can big up coach and panel. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Wally. Although I know you've changed your name, I still haven't stopped saying the first name I've seen there before. That's how Pep always played. To be honest, he did it at Barca and he also did it at Bayern, and he's still doing it really. But he finds a way to structure his team that, again, even though that player that's playing, again, what you could call the 6-year-old, isn't, again, he never has the most physical there. What he goes for is intelligence, vision, passing ability. Then keeping the ball again is the superpower of his team, really, not physicality. But I think he's trying to mix it up a bit, given the type of defensive midfielder. So you could say 6 is his sign of late, because he wants to be able to deal with the Premier League. The speaker is a J5 hater. Again, everybody has. We're all entitled to our opinion, if we're being honest. Again, if you're just joining, if you haven't taken a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Overall, Jorginho is a very fine player. It depends on who he's playing for, and it depends again. We're used to the Michael Essens, what's his name again? The guy that joined Manchester United. Who?
Oh, Juan Mata?
No, not Mata really. Defensive midfielder. Matic, yeah. Matic, the Mikkels. So, and we're not seeing that in Jorginho. And like Ty said, he would never be young Mikkels and all those guys. No, he's very different. He will never be that. I even like J5. I even like J5, but he is a main part of our passing in that midfield. That is plainly put. For anybody that doesn't understand all the languages we're using, I think Wally Waldo puts it in a plain language so you understand it. He's very pivotal to our passing ability and to us keeping the ball. Jorginho on his day will always create a passing lane for the guy with the ball, especially if you're talking about the ball coming from the back. And taking the ball off of him isn't actually that easy, because sometimes he can, again, before he gets to him with a one-touch pass, he gets it to the next available or open person in most cases. But I'm going to say something I've already said. It just seems as if we don't pay attention to how many times our plays go through him, to how many times he makes mistakes. If we do that, we'd see actually the ratio is actually, again, excellent, near excellent, if we're being honest. But unfortunately, nobody would do that. If make one mistake, it's all they know about. I don't even like J5. Yeah, I understand. Oh, you don't even like, was that what you're saying? Okay, yeah, I get it now. But it's, again, it makes sense too. Even if you're saying you don't like him, and also emphasizing on his importance to the team, it makes perfect sense. The PJ artist says Enzo Fernandez would ruin FFP. I think before they sign the check, actually, they will do the calculations and see that we're not going to get into trouble. If we sign him, if that's going to be the case, again, if we really want to sign him, probably we'll be looking at selling some players, including RLC, or some players, again, some of them you may actually like. Good morning to you too, Kim Mo. The speaker mentioned J5 that he's one of the reasons we cannot get to promised land, but he failed to mention Ruben Gallagher, that just haters or the lack of football ideology. No, we're all entitled to our opinion. If we all agree, why do we have a show? We're here to debate and also learn from each other. He needs to learn how to defend, in my opinion. I think we're not giving him enough credit as to how much he breaks up the opposition play. As to how much we've seen him in the right place at the right time to help save the situation. Yeah, but again, I get your argument there. This is TyTalks. The link to TyTalks YouTube channel is approaching 1,000, and we can help him get there as soon as possible. So if you haven't, please do me a favor. I'm PJ artist. If you haven't, take a second, go check out TyTalks YouTube channel. I'm sure you will like his content. Subscribe and let him know I sent you. Watch Barca under Pep. Again, Sergio Busquets played the same role like J5 did, which is one of the reasons why I think he's going to be going to Barcelona to replace Busquets, actually, who we've been hearing will be leaving the club. I've been hearing the Benoit deal is done, but I've not heard anything from Fabrizio or any other well-known sources. I think, to be safe, just say it's closed. He was on the bench the other day, and was the loan Chelsea player loan at Monaco played in his place? Correct me if I'm wrong, Ty. What's his name?
Sorry?
The Chelsea player on loan at Monaco.
Oh, you mean Malang Sarr?
Yeah, Sarr started over him. He was on the bench. To me, I think that's a sign that he believes in, actually. Wally Waldo, he will come to Chelsea. Let's see what happens. Tebago told me how to Tebago. That's how he says his name is pronounced. I hope okay. Badiashile is a tall Malang Sarr. I think it's better. It's better than Malang Sarr, really. And Malang Sarr isn't actually a better player. He's not actually a bad player. He's a good player, but he's still very young. But unfortunately, again, at Chelsea, he doesn't have that luxury again or time to to get into his own and start playing well. He's actually a good passer of the ball. He's a good tackler, but he's still very, very young. But unfortunately, Chelsea isn't the place for him. Again, where he'd get the time, all the time he needs to start doing well. Malang Sarr was the name I was thinking about. Tebago. I hope again getting used to saying your name correctly is going to be a difficult one. Sarr played instead of him last night. Yep, I think that was again because probably him preparing to join Chelsea or Chelsea being looking to sign him and all that. I don't know how else to phrase it to come correctly. I can't talk this morning. Oh my gosh. Okay, Badiashile is a very good up-and-coming player from all the reports from journalists that know him. And I did start looking at him now. I started looking at him because in the summer we looked at him too as an option for the left centre-back opposition. Here's the thing. He's an intelligent player. I'm going to use the comparison I've used on this panel before. If you watched, what's his name? The guy we wanted that ended up joining Barcelona, Koundé. If you watch Koundé, his headed clearances, again, you can say at least 60% of them went to the opposition. But for Badiashile, his headed clearances finds his teammate or goes to an angle where even if the opposition gets it, it'd be difficult for them to do any sort of damage with it. His passing range is great. He's a good tackler also. I think his positioning is also near excellent if you've watched him. To me, I think if he comes in, I think he's going to, again, it will take a few games, but I think he gets to start nearly every game, really, except for rotating. He's that good. Good morning, my beautiful Chelsea fans. Jam Potts Entertainment, I haven't seen you for like 100 years. I hope you're well. Please do let me know. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Lucky scene, Chelsea running a good one. Manchester City and Liverpool to come. Let's see what happens. We'll move on. Again, if I'm reading anything, if you're on the panel and you want to say something about it, please go ahead. Again, I enjoy reading it, but if you see something you feel like you want to add to or you want to address, do so. This is, again, Brazilian midfielder from Fabrizio Romano, Andrey Santos, will arrive in London today to undergo medical tests and then sign long-term contract with Chelsea, 12.5 million euros. Wow, that's cheaper than I thought it would be. Maybe after adding other, again, like after the add-ons, it gets to 17 to 25 million euros, as again has been rumored. Again, has been signed with Vasco da Gama. No loan back to Vasco da Gama at the moment. He's staying, and then a decision will be made. Staying, I'm not sure. Again, I mean, he has to get work permit before he gets to play for Chelsea. He could stay, but may well not play. Let me come to you, Bobby. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. I think it's afternoon already there. How are you doing, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm good, Coach. I'm good.
Okay, brilliant. I feared maybe you still have a connection issue. Yeah, Bobby, do you understand the situation with Andrey Santos? Do you think he'd get his work permit? Since they're saying he stays, he's not going to leave on loan, does that mean, again, he becomes part of the squad? Or do we still need to, again, fight for a work permit for him? Because that usually, in most cases, is an issue. I'm not sure. He's still 18. Does he fall into the category of being, again, a youth, registered as a youth player, but we'll still have to make way? Again, because I think we've fulfilled that quota already.
Well, I don't know the ins and outs of immigration laws.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid
you're not an immigration lawyer.
No, but I mean, if they're saying that he stays, then to me that tells me that whatever the documentation allowing him to stay is required has been completed, or there may be some kind of window with which they can have a reasonable wait to achieve that objective. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how it works with young players coming from foreign countries to play football in our country. But if they have paid the money, and if he's coming, I think he's coming for his medical today.
Yeah.
Then I'm not worried about it. I think that's part of the Chelsea Football Club administrative job, and it will come to pass whenever, wherever. I very much doubt that he's going to play anyway, even if he had all his papers correct. He'll probably be training with the first team. I think like with Casade Cesare, he will have a structure for the first year, which will involve learning the language, learning London, settling in, playing the occasional development game. In his case, he may need to wait until his papers are through, so he'll be learning the language. If he comes today, it means he must have some sort of visa, because then, that's how he managed to get into the country. So that side of things, I'm not that worried about. If it wasn't doable, the club wouldn't have taken it this far.
Yeah, and spending that much money. And again, but I'm thinking there's a chance he gets to play, actually. Because if you look at the case of Oscar, again, I think Oscar joined us after immediately after the Olympics in the UK, which he participated in the footballing aspect for the Brazilians. And after that, he joined us, and he joined the first team immediately. How old was Oscar then?
Yeah, but Oscar was playing for the for the senior Brazilian team.
Okay, he was playing for the senior team already. I didn't know that.
And not only that, he had been I've forgotten the club he was with, but he's an established player, whereas this guy is still very much a youth player. Does he play for Vasco da Gama main team?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't forget what club Chelsea signed Oscar from.
No, but he was a Brazilian club.
Sorry?
The Tebago, what did you say?
He's playing for Vasco da Gama main team, but in the second division. But they are promoted now.
Yeah.
They're promoted now.
Talking,
go ahead, Bobby.
But I can't remember who.
But it was a Brazilian team. It was a Brazilian team. And
I don't think we were doing that those days, to be honest. I think we were, because we were in the EU, we were somewhat restricted to.
If anything, the little I can remember is the rule that, again, maybe I don't know if that applies to African players only. You have to play a certain percentage of your country's senior team.
Yeah, there was all
to get
that
work permit. Yeah, I don't remember. I think it differs for continents. I don't remember exactly what the rule is for South Americans. Again, in some cases they say they make exceptions for some talent. But that's, by the way, let me try and catch up with what we have in the chat here. John says again, I am good, man. Thank you so much to hear that. Blue morning, guys. Michael Obinka, it's been like a decade I haven't seen you. I hope you're doing well. Please do let me know. Again, I hope you're enjoying the festive period. Sorry, Ty, you're saying something?
The club is Sports Club Internacional.
Oh, where we signed Oscar from?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Again, a Brazilian side too, yeah. My J5 submission, when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse, underappreciation is inevitable. You must be a teacher, my friend. I have to be honest, this is so well written. Just look at again the extra explanation in parentheses. It makes you understand it very well. I love this. This is very delicious. My J5 submission, when the purpose of a thing, again, in this case, a player is not known, abuse, underappreciation is inevitable. J5 is a compliment to any world-class midfield, but to CFC fans,
Coach, I don't look at him as a scapegoat. I apologize.
No, maybe not you. Maybe not you. If we're being honest, but go ahead with what you were saying.
No, I don't. I understand and appreciate the gentleman's sentence there. However, it's very true that, you know, not one individual. Yeah, you can have one individual can have a moment of brilliance occasionally, like a Messi or a Maradona, etc. But we're talking about that's the exception to the rule. We're talking about the rule here, and he, as I said, he brings many positive attributes. I don't use him as a scapegoat. I just see the positives. I don't believe overweigh the negatives. And when I say, listen, he does have positives, but they're not exceptional positives. So he doesn't break down defenses week in, week out. And yes, you can say that's part of the coach. I get that.
No, lack of him breaking down defenses is how deep he plays. Sure. And forget the languages we've been using to define his role at Chelsea. Jorginho is simply a regista. That's what he is. And again, but go ahead.
And I think that is a luxury to have when you have a person like Kante that can mask his deficiencies. And without a Kante, you can see we can't afford to play him unless you've got someone that can complement him, because once he loses the ball, look at the Man United game a year and a half ago. Checkmate. He lost us a goal. It ended up being 1-1. We should have won that game. But from a corner, instead of heading the ball, he tried to trap it. And listen, everyone makes mistakes. I get that. I'm not a hater. I don't have an agenda here. But I'm just saying that for the most part, and this was the same for the I forgot his name now, for the Belgium guy that went to Real Madrid, and basically we could afford to have him on the pitch, but he never tracked back. But when you have a Kante, he can cover that. He's basically 1.5 people, so you can afford that luxury. But without a Kante, for instance, you're exposed. You can see the deficiencies of other players. And we are, at this present moment in time, we don't have that luxury. We don't have a world-class midfielder that can tackle. I understand Kante's not a holding midfielder traditionally. He's a box-to-box, but he's a tackling machine. So I say defensive midfielder in that context, Coach. So please don't,
No, I get your point. Yes, and the whole argument started by us again. We agree. He will most likely leave. But again,
I can see
when the discussion flows like this, we don't need to break it. We need to talk about it. The argument was that again, we don't have it will be dangerous to let him leave without having a player in place to again. Exactly. Hate him or love or hate him, is still important at this point. We make do with what we have. Sure. But go ahead, I'll let you round up so we can move on from the Jorginho discussion, really. But it's important talking about it, given this delicious comment on the screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like resigning from your job without another job to go to if you can't afford to do so. That's not very shrewd. You interview for another job and then you accept an offer, then you put in your notice and say, thank you very much. I get it. Yeah, it's common sense. So one should never do that. That's suicide in that regard. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, again, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And if you're on the panel, if you want to come in anytime, please don't wait for me. Just let me know you have something to say. You just come. You can just start talking, and I'll recognize you have something to say about what we have on the screen or the particular topic. You don't have to wait. Again, it's not. I don't know if I should say it's not the Parliament here or the Senate here again. So you can always come in. I think we're mature enough to do it in a you can say in a civil manner. Reece James injured again. Yeah, we've talked about that again. Unfortunately, you didn't get the chance to give him the Jamaican remedy you talked about. I know the blame game has been going around, and his personal trainer or who putting out some, again, childish statement, if you ask me, because that will not reflect well, again, on what's going on behind the scenes. It will sound as if that's a fight between him, the physio, and all this. It doesn't make sense that he released such statement. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Same to you, brother. Again, I wish you a prosperous New Year. Again, in a few days, we get to 2023. A right back replacement is crucial now. Not really a replacement. I'm going to keep saying that we need competition. Some are still saying backup. That's dangerous. If you get a backup, which means once Richardson gets injured, the standard of performance we'll see from the team will drop, because we're accepting we're only getting a player to only play when Richardson gets injured. We want a player that will push him to do better. A player, then again, we can say, let James rest today and let this player start at today. And that, again, will still get the same level of performance. I know, again, there's no chance two of them, again, will be, again, measured in terms of how good they are. One will be better than the other, but that's, by the way. Merry Christmas to you too. A rival fan at Chelsea, yes, pay that 120 million clause. Look, are you sure you're gonna go to heaven lucky? Again, with Enzo Fernandez, I don't think it's worth that much money, but if the club is willing to pay that, and it's not going to be a problem, it's not going to be an added pressure on him, that's fine. But to me, the rumors are everywhere. Some saying we're reluctant given that price. Some saying we've told them we're willing to pay. We're not sure what to believe. Again, we manage the team poorly. Give new contract to Mount, sign Leao, sign Enzo to support J5, and watch how far we will go. Kingsley, Long John, yeah, a lot of signings there. You have to pay attention to how much we'll be spending to sign all these players you're mentioning. Excuse me, Leao, if anything, at least 90 million pounds. Enzo, around that number too. Yeah, that's a lot of signings. Again, I think we have to manage. I'm not sure we'll be able to sign them both this January transfer window. If anything, we'll sign one in the summer, one in January, but let's see what happens. The priority for me in the midfield, which means Enzo will probably, the club will actually, again, prioritize Enzo over Leao. Again, to me also, if you ask me, actually, I'd prioritize, what's the same, João Felix over Leao, because we need players who are capable of creating chances from the center area, not just from the flanks and on the carpet, which is very predictable. But that's, by the way, do you think we're
Can
ready?
I just throw something into the midfield?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, I mean, this is just me. Well, it seems to me very clear that the entire Chelsea team needs to and will be revamped. We have two major midfielders in the name of Kante and Jorginho likely to run down their contract. We have a major defender turning 39 next year, a centre back, meaning that in essence we have basically three centre backs. I don't include Aspie because he'll be on his last year of contract, and it's, he could be moved on. We have an attacker in the form of Aubameyang, who I'm pretty sure will not be extended next year. We have Broja out on a long-term injury, and there is talk as it is at the moment of Ziyech being sold, and possibly the one that I seriously doubt, possibly Pulisic. So there is a huge amount of replacement without even talking of revamping. Now, with the loss of these players and the removal of a lot of them from the wage bill, there is definitely got to be at least 2 or 3 marquee signings to be done by Chelsea. And marquee signings these days is you're talking of 100 million signings upwards. Why I think one of them will be done this January is that it makes sense for Chelsea to go for Enzo Fernandez. not only because we need him, perhaps even more than any of the competition, but the deal being set out for him is not the sort of full £105 million, dropped on the table, but a generous installmental payment which takes it over the release clause of 105 million. So probably we're looking at 110, maybe 120.
Yeah, same strategy we use from Kunku, right?
Exactly. Then the Leao issue, I think that is going to happen. Leao and or Gvardiol. Now that doesn't stop the purchase of lower priced players like Badiashile, Kone from
There's
Borussia
Vanessa, there's Amrabat, good talent.
Well, I don't know about Amrabat, but I know Kone from Borussia Mönchengladbach has already been identified and singled out by Christopher Vival. Now, if Vival has just come and he's pointed out somebody, he's going to get his man because that's his, that is his entry choice. And the attack. Certainly right back, that the situation is a need, and the Celtic right back seems to me to be a sensible option. And then, attack, we've already got Fofana. I suspect there will be someone else, whether that's Vlahovic or whether that's Mukoko is left to be seen. Now, the big spends will be Fernandez, Leao, and one other, maybe Gvardiol, if he's attainable. The rest will be moderate spends. However, it's going to be an expensive time, but we knew that. we knew that. And we knew that between now and summer, the club will be, the playing staff will be rebuilt. What we do need is to put in the necessary replacements in the midfield and in the defense, certainly right back, to take us through to the end of the season, hopefully in a Champions League position. After that, we revamp the rest, which is, of course, the attack and any other defender that may come in the summer. So none of this should be looked upon as too much, and none of this is out of our reach, and none of this is unexpected. As Potter actually said, and I completely agree with, in such a short period of time, we have had to do a lot. The club was completely sold. New owners have come in. They've built a new back room. They've built a new scouting system, a new technical system. They're having to buy players. Of course, when you buy players, you're going to make some mistakes along the way, and then you're going to have some successes. Some of the players they bought are still settling in, and they've got a new coach. It's a huge change, The new stadium is on the radar. They've put in a bid for an extension to the land that they, near the stadium, which I really hope they'll get, and makes every single sense for them to do that. So they're trying to do a lot in a short space of time, and they will succeed. People talk about FFP, but FFP give you leverage to invest in your investment.
Yeah, but the truth remains we don't know how much. That's a limit, though. But we don't know that limit.
Yeah, you say there's a limit, but limits are. If experience has taught me anything, it's that in the world of football, there are limits, but there are flexibilities. And if you can provide evidence that part of your development is incumbent in your purchase, for example, buying, building a new stadium, reinvesting in playing staff, where you find that some of them have run down contracts, some of them are leaving. There's enough reason for them to give for spending huge sums of money. How much? Well, is left to be seen. This is why they do things like put in installmental payments in order to spread the cost, in order to respect FFP. I'm not that worried about it. I'm just worried about them getting these much required targets. I mean, even Zakaria, from what I've seen for him so far, apparently they say he's going to cost about 24 million. I would pin him down. I would pin him
If he
down.
performs
Honestly.
consistently, I think 25 million is very cheap, really.
Yeah, I would pin him down because you know how much I love Ruben Loftus-Cheek. I
Yeah.
really do. But honestly, if you have to in the summer weigh up between keeping Ruben and pinning down Zakaria at this rate, I'm going Zakaria because he's more effective. And these are the kind of almost hurtful decisions and big decisions that the club is going to make, is going to have to make and will make.
Yeah, again, I'm going to try and catch up with what we have in the chat before it's too long. And if I'm reading anything, if you want to come in and talk about it, please feel free to do so. Just quickly, what we have on the screen right now from Jampot Entertainment. Please do share the link to your channel so people can also go check it out and support you. He says, before I do that, please, we have 42 likes. We should be doing better than that. If you haven't, 42 likes again and 41 votes on the poll. It doesn't make any sort of sense. So if you took a second to participate in the poll, you can do the same. Actually, it takes half a second to just click on the like button to help us reach more people. Please do that for us so we can reach more people. Do you think we are ready to beat a City? I don't know really. But you can say Graham Potter has had nearly a month plus to get ready for that game. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But you must consider players we have out. Reece is out. Whether we have good enough players to do that, we don't know. Again, until on that, I just want to see a good performance, whether we win or not. Because I don't like the performance we put up against Bournemouth. Unfortunately, even some content creators are saying the real Chelsea are back. Chelsea smash Bournemouth. And that's concerning, really. But I think the manager himself will look beyond the fact that we won the game and realize there's a problem here, really. If we buy Badiashile, I wish that people would at least wait until he plays and they see for themselves that he's again he is like before leveling him. Yes, to see what he is like before leveling him. Unfortunately, some people are starting already comparing him to what's the guy on loan there again? How do I forget his name? Malang Sarr, saying he's just a taller Malang Sarr. That's a Chelsea team for you. As the same people that are saying that Nkunku is this French, is the French, what's his name, Werner, maybe Black Werner and all that nonsense. Pay attention. I know, again, highlights aren't enough to help you to understand the player, but if you pay attention, even with the highlights, you should be able to tell that this player is actually, can do this, can do that, because again, if they've done it on multiple, done it enough to have like 5 minutes highlights, they're good enough, really, if you're paying attention to that particular skill set that they're showing in the highlights. Go ahead. Okay, let me try and catch up.
I have a question for you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so for example, would as a Chelsea fan, would you let the club save money, Gasco Gvardiol money to buy Enzo Fernandez or get Gasco Gvardiol? What would you do as a Chelsea fan? Because like I'm always on the Chelsea spaces, and then things I hear there that doesn't make sense, because like they say Benoit Badiashile is not a good player. It's a bum player. We rather spend money on Gasco Gvardiol, also on Enzo Fernandez. But again, like, does that make sense?
Yeah, it's easy to jump to that conclusion that Gvardiol is a better player because they watched him at the World Cup. That alone, his performance at the World Cup alone is strong enough to impair their judgment while comparing him with Badiashile. Badiashile, I'm sure, before we even started looking at him, I'm sure Vivell looked at him, which is, again, we have some top talent scouts at the club right now. The structure is very, very good. That, like I said, again, the future of the club is bright. I'm only concerned about the immediate future of the club, given that, again, we need to sort out some things quickly to make up for. For me, Badiashile is as good as, again, what's his name, Gvardiol. It's just that he hasn't played at the World Cup. It's easy to come to that conclusion.
There's another
because
issue.
we watch. So yeah, go ahead, Ty.
I think another reason why a lot of people don't want to, I think this is a minority though. He has an injury issue as well. So when you look at that as well, it's going to be a case of, or going to be signing another player that's going to be like Fofana, where we sign him, despite the difference in terms of price tag, is that we're going to have him, and then although he has great potential, he's barely staying fit. So he's going to always have that issue. So they're going to go with the one that has the better.
Is this the issue in question you're referencing? Is it changed like the case of Fofana, where you have like one after the other, some of them twice in a season, and the next year, the following year, it happens the same issue recurring? Is this case the same?
Well, for the past 2 seasons, he's had a recurring injury, and then obviously he had a separate injury. So it's similar, but also not similar to Fofana, because Fofana's injury was literally the same injury 4 times in a row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. But thanks for bringing that up. I think I need to research his injury record to see if that's actually a problem. Yeah, again, people should wait to see him play before leveling him or before start judging whether he's a bad player or not. For instance, look, again, a lot of people were raving and calling for us to sign Koundé. When we missed out on Koundé, a lot of people were mad. Now they're saying we nearly signed him. And we saw at the World Cup how crappy he was, really. It's just, again, the typical fan base for you. Chelsea signed Oscar from Internacional. Okay, thank you so much for that update. It looks like I have a lot to catch up. I may have to, again, skip past a lot. And apologies for that in advance, but I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Hello, guys. We love you in here in Cape Town. Nzita Dida, thank you so much. And my South African brother from the Madiba land, much love to you too. I appreciate you saying that. Again, we love you too so much. Again, we're one. As long as we support Chelsea, as long as we follow football, we're one. But we're family if you support Chelsea. Walk, coach. I understand how it is. So again, I have to scroll to the very bottom of the whole contribution there. Apologies, but let me just do Ndita a bit of a favor here. Zita Dida, I think we don't need Enzo. We must try to get Moises Caicedo and a rise for that money. Again, that's being economical. Yeah, again, in some sense, if you look at that, the money that Benfica is asking, you can use it to get 2 good talents also. Even Vanessa isn't that expensive, which again helps us solve a problem given the absence of Kante. Vanessa is a fine defensive midfielder, good dribbler, good vision, good passer of the ball, and sometimes he scores good goals too. Sorry?
But again, coach, in terms of Caicedo and Rice, who will be the most creative one? Because like I see them as much of the similar players who like to defend. They are not more creative. So Enzo Fernandez is more of a full package. He can create. He can control the game. He can defend. So like for example, if you sign Enzo Fernandez, Caicedo and Rice, who will be much creative between those 2 players?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you're again very you're paying attention here. It's important. We need to get players who help us get again, just say double digits of us again, our chance creation by the time the season ends. And again, I'm not into, as much as I know, the 2 6s has always been a thing now for a while, even from Antonio Conte to the present. Again, to the present. I think we should start playing with a formation where we deploy just a single 6 and have one more player join the attack. But which means you're talking about having a traditional 6 who can play as a lone 6, not needing somebody to guard them or not. And so I think you're paying attention. We need to pay attention for signing midfielders. Are they going to add to our numbers of chance creation? Yeah, good question. Of the 2, Enzo actually, his numbers aren't that, again, his numbers aren't that great, really. If we're being honest, Rice also isn't, again, the most creative, if we're being honest. So great point there. I don't know if that answered your question. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense to pay attention to who we're looking at. If J5
for example, coach, you remember?
Yeah, go ahead.
You remember the the second spell of Jose Mourinho, on his second season, he got Fabregas because like his midfielders couldn't create anything. So he put Fabregas with who I think was Kante or Matic in order for Fabregas to be the one who creates for us. So like I don't want to sitting sixes and Chelsea anymore. We just need creativity. That's it.
Yeah, and again, the combo of Kovacic, Jorginho, Kovacic, who again, Kante, it hasn't really worked because Kovacic, as much as he helps us progress the ball when opposition defend deep or press us aggressively, chance creation isn't really his thing, really. You see him do, again, orchestrate one beautiful one once in every blue moon, but never consistent enough. We need somebody who can create double-digit chances from the central area of the midfield to help us diversify our chance creation so our plays aren't predictable. But that's, by the way, if J5 wants to stay, I wouldn't mind, honestly, because he adds some positive to our game when we play, but he is not outstanding in our team. Yeah, again, your comment is really confusing me. You want him to stay, but you really don't trust him. I think we don't need Enzo. We must try to get Moses to say that. I think I've read that. Please, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, really. We have quite a lot of comments here, and apologies to Wally Waldo, Glenn, everybody. Liam Lane, if I skip your comments. We're going to have a very young, inexperienced squad. That is why it's important that we keep the likes of J5. That's a delicious comment right there. It makes sense. Without, again, the transition won't be seamless. We'll have a problem where, again, the team will lack spine. And spine, you could argue, is the reason why the club opted to offer Cesar Azpilicueta another contract, not because of how many games he'll play for us, because we need that spine, we need that leadership, we need that a bit of, again, consistency from, again, the old squad to the newer squad so that it is seamless and we don't suffer. But that's, by the way, we've been there before where I think we were drastic during the transition from the era of the Lampard to Oscars and what's his name? Oscars and again, I think Eden Hazard and all this. I think there was a time we were drastic with our transition, and then again we suffered really. I think we didn't finish anything close to sixth or so. I don't remember what happened exactly. So it would make sense to keep some of these players. So with that, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Do I have? Again, is my screen frozen here? What's going on? Yeah, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. The comment is just too many, and apologies, I cannot read everything, and I'll try to get to subsequent comments. Let's see what we have on the screen here. We've talked about, again, the Brazilian, whether he gets to play. We're not sure what's going to happen. Let's see what we have here. Gabi Abalaho, yeah, this comment, I really want to talk about it here quickly.
What happened to Coach?
I think he may have
Roger,
frozen.
you know? Yeah,
I'm
but
here.
it
Can you hear me?
took off. Yes, it took TyTalks and Bobby with him. But before I continue, I would like to say my condolences to your family. I hope you're good, my friend. I heard Coach saying something, so I hope you and your family are good. And then it's not a good thing to lose one of your family members. So I hope
No,
you're
thank
doing
you
well.
so much. Yeah, it's not easy, but
Yeah,
this is life, circle of life.
I know we are both grandfathers, so we should stick to each other.
Indeed. Welcome back, Coach.
Yeah, sorry, I was kicked out. I'm not sure what happened really. Yeah, technology can be quirky at times. Let me share the
You went
screen again.
to Stamford Bridge.
Oh, not just me. A lot of people. Was it just me? I think Bobby was kicked out too.
He just said that. He just sent me.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think it was. I think it has to do with StreamYard. It's still repeating because Ty got kicked out now and he just came back. So, apologies, guys, if you're still watching. Apologies for that. So, like I said again, I'm gonna scroll past quite a lot of comments. It's a lot, but I'll try to get your subsequent contributions. Liao has been talking for Reese. Yep. Again, 2 months. He's always like Reese's tweets, Instagram posts, and even follows Reese. You can say he knows exactly what he's doing. Sean again. Mike Stacy says we are finishing 7th or 8th, lads. A season of one step forward. Let's see. I hope again we make it into top 4. Raheem Stalin. it's the black team of owner. Maybe I'm not sure why Chelsea did not finish transfers in again. It had like City completed Haaland. It's not that simple. It's complicated. It's a complicated process. Plus, we still have, again, you could say we're still suffering from the issues we had during this the sanction and sales conundrum. We haven't actually gone past, again, the impact or that issue had on us, has on us, if you want to phrase it that way. Getting players that had a good World Cup is a bit mad, priceless, and inflated beyond belief. And somebody did mention how we got Juan Cuadrado given his World Cup performance and how that panned out at Chelsea. Enzo is more like 60 to 70 mil, but yeah, World Cup tax and all that. Quickly, there's quite a lot. Your fans expect 4 or 5 goals against Bournemouth. Yeah, people who rate Badiashile low don't know football at all and obviously haven't seen his stats. Hate judging a player on stats, but he's really good. And the truth remains, those people don't even look at the stat. They just, again, already they have your mind set on Gvardiol, and they've seen him at World Cup, so it's easy to just jump to conclusion and say that's what we want. We cannot use the World Cup as a yardstick. That's very important, Max Stacy. The overall standard was championship level best, if that's how you say it. So apologies, please. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and then I'm going to try to get your subsequent comments. Again, please forgive me. It's just too many. I love doing that, but it's just too many to read. Gabriel Abolo here says, again, a club like Chelsea with this owner, they've got 5th or 6th. Question mark there. Again, it's not going to happen. It's a sackable offense. I feel like you're getting sacked if you don't finish in the top 4. Graham Potter, no, I don't believe that. As long as the team, again, fights, as long as we see. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, coach. Like, what is the main goal from our owners, from Graham Potter? What is the ideal plan? Because you can't say like finishing for a FIFA is a sackable offense, but you don't know the real plan. So you need to investigate there, like what is the real plan from the new owners of Graham Potter. Then you can judge after, because like, what is the use of, for example, finishing in the top 4 and then we still have no plan? So all I can say, like, Graham Potter and the owners, they have a plan that maybe we don't know about. And then if, as like reports were saying, like if he doesn't finish in the top 4, they won't sack him. But again, as Chelsea fans, all we demand is progression. Even though it doesn't finish top 4, we need to see something so that we can hold into that for next season, that okay, he did this and that and that. Hopefully next season is gonna finish in the top 4. So like these pandas sometimes they're so like I don't know what's wrong with them, to be honest.
Yeah, again, here's the thing. We don't have enough sample yet. I think the owners also don't have enough sample yet to say, yeah, we got to let this guy go, because a lot of issues are apparent. Very, again, they've seen how, again, the injury issues. They've seen also, again, some players wanting to leave. Again, the whole thing isn't down to Potter, even though I have my issues with him, but the issues we've been suffering, the problems we've been seeing, observing during games, they're not down to him alone. The players, like Bobby argued the other day, it is down to the players mainly, actually. If we're being honest, the players, a crop of players we have at the club, like Thomas Sucker says, same players, same issues. But this is so wrong here. Probably he isn't paying attention to a lot of factors. First of all, before they hired him, they probably knew before time that it's not going to be easy, that he probably may struggle, like we're seeing. Again, plus we have issues. Plus, they would want to prove that they were, again, they knew exactly what they were doing when they hired Graham Potter. I don't think it's actually worth wasting time on this comment. He's not, again, talk about pundits. I don't think he's one of the best out there. Sometimes he talks like he hasn't actually played football before. But this, I don't know the logic behind this comment, really. I think Graham Potter stays, and the performance has to be awful in the sense we'll finish like 16th, 17th before he gets fired, really. But let's see what happens. It depends on how much they spend in January too. Again, as much as I want them to take care of it, if things aren't going in the right direction, so that we fix it immediately. But at the same time, I want us to to have consistency, at least from a managerial perspective, so that we can dominate, we can have stability and dominate for a while, and not have our successes come in patches. But that's, by the way, they all prove themselves. I'm not sure who you're referring to. It says Rice is overrated, but Casemiro is great. Fernandez is great. Gomez is great. Jorginho is great. Find the pattern. That's a riddle that I can't solve right now, really. Let me see anything else. Come on, my Manchester friends. We ready to take over from Kuwait. Okay, I didn't know that. But some good news for Manchester United fans. Exactly another overhyped English player. Rice is a good player. I wouldn't say he's overhyped, but again, he doesn't fit in every team. Does it fit in our own team? I don't know. It's up to Graham Potter. We should get Rice and Leao. Chelsea need and strong players that can compete with Man City players. Okay, if that's how you see it, these three guys Chelsea are trying to sign are not our problems. We need real players. EPL is no joke. EPL is no joke. That's the truth. But to me, the priority should to be signing a defensive-minded midfielder, and also signing again a good a central attacking midfielder that can create us good chances from the central areas. That's how I see it. Maybe Graham Potter sees things differently. That's up to him. Okay, if big, I don't know what you're talking about there. Big up everyone out here in my brother Chelsea perspective. Big up to you too, Nee Zion. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. I hope you're doing well. Abalonho was never a serious footballer. He's not a serious pundit either. Thank you. I haven't even seen this before I said what I said. This is unnecessary. Again, gaslighting. He's just full of it. And I just felt like we should talk about it. Again, if you haven't, go check out Nee Zion's YouTube channel. Nee, when you get a chance, share the link to your channel so people can go check it out. We need a backup. Again, the language backup is forbidden here. That's not the language. But every time I see it, I'm going to explain why it shouldn't be backup. It should be competition. It should be rotational. If it is backup, we're accepting that that player is not good enough and only gets to play when the starting player gets injured. We need a player that, again, Reece gets a break. Play Reece in this in one game, play the other player in the other game, so Reece don't get injured. Again, we are saying it's a risk, actually. So we don't overplay him, and that player, too, don't get overplayed. And if you want to get a good enough player, again, you have to explain to them they're not coming to be a backup for Reece. They're coming to provide competition, which, again, they're coming to, again, if they play, Reece gets to play because they can't play every game. It's a risk. A human being, if they do that, they're going to burn out. Again, it's hard to get players like the Russian kid who says he's coming, who said he's coming to Chelsea to challenge Kai Havertz, Mason Mount, and all that. I like that spirit, but you don't see that from every player. When you're selling the project to them, you have to tell them you're not coming to be a backup. You're coming to compete. You're coming to show you're better. You're coming to rotate with, again, to share the job, the load of, again, games we have with that particular player. So backup, to me, it's a risky language to use here. Please, I don't think Graham Potter or Harry Potter or his name is going to take us anywhere seriously. I don't believe in his tactics whatsoever. The club is bigger than him. I have to agree with you. The club is bigger than Mourinho, bigger than Thomas Tuchel, bigger than Antonio Conte, bigger than every manager that has ever managed the club. But the truth remains, we can't judge Graham Potter right now. Before being honest, as much as I have my issues with him, give him time. That's a first for everything. Maybe, again, he turns out to be one of the best managers in the world. There's a chance he can do that. I actually liked him when he was at Brighton, given how well Brighton played as a unit and how they still play their games, their style of play. And again, you see them implement their style of play no matter who they're playing against. Don't forget to back up your data from time to time. Well, yes, again, he has no quality. And here's Nee Zion sharing the link to his channel. If you haven't, please go check out, again, his YouTube channel. Subscribe, let him know I sent you, so that when I see him, he'd buy me a lot of beer to drink. And please, I don't like it when people, again, compare Rams till then, again, Timo Werner. Yeah, the comparison is unfair. Juranovic might come. Is that serious? Okay, we get to talk about that. Is it true we need a competition in the team, not backup. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's exactly how we like to phrase it. We'll move on from that one. Again, remember, guys, if you're on the panel, if you see anything that I'm reading you want to talk about, please go ahead and talk about it. Chelsea are currently the favorite to sign Niccolo Barella. If he decides to leave Inter, this is the part I'm not sure. There's a chance he decides to leave Inter to win more, because Inter, I think they've been faltering, if we're being honest. But this is a player I like, really, and he's still 25. I remember we started looking at him during the era, I think it was the era of Antonio Conte, and he's still a fine player. What do you think, Roger? Is he a player you know? What is he a player you would want to see at Chelsea?
I don't really know him. Who's this chap? Is this the guy?
He's Italian.
Yeah, don't really know him that well.
I think he's a fine central midfielder, really. He's, again, on his day, he's a fine finisher.
What's his full name, sir?
Niccolo Barella. Good, again, a good vision, good passing range, and he's a good tackler too. He's very, again, he's not the biggest on the pitch, but you cannot muscle him off the ball.
Yes, I seldom watch Italian Serie A. I seldom watch it unless it's in the Champions League. I seldom watch other leagues now.
Yeah, but Barella is really, he's an excellent midfielder, really. Conte wanted him, and we tried to sign him then, and he decided to join Inter Milan. Ty, I know you'll be leaving soon. Yeah, go ahead. Is his game
transferable to the Premier League?
Yeah. What, can you say that again?
Is his style of play transferable?
Yeah, I think he is. Most importantly, the thing I pay attention to, he's not the player you can muscle off the ball easily. He's good with the ball. Good in tight spaces. He finds solutions in tight spaces. Close control, good vision, good passing range, and all those things. I think he's a complete player, really.
Okay.
Yeah, and Ty, since you'll be leaving soon, your thoughts are, but again, my only concern is that if he wants to leave Inter Milan, but Inter, you could say, as much as they're not the worst team in the Serie A right now, they're not really doing well. I think he would want to leave Inter to go win something big somewhere else. Ty, your thoughts on the links to with Barella? Do we still have Ty there? Okay. How about you, Tebago? Your thoughts on the links to Barella? Is he a player you want to see at Chelsea?
Oh my gosh, yes. And you're right. I remember the time we wanted him under Antonio Conte, and I wish we could have just let Antonio Conte get players that he wants at Chelsea, because like he wanted so many good players at Chelsea, but we signed the opposite, which was wrong under our old regime. So hopefully this time we get things right. And then Barella at Chelsea, I'll get him because I don't think he's expensive. So I'll get him anytime, any day.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me quickly look at his numbers. Let's look at his numbers, really. Because he did well under Antonio Conte at Inter Milan, really. Yeah, Antonio Conte wanted him at Chelsea. He didn't succeed, but at Inter, he got his man, Niccolo Barella. Bobby, do you want to talk about him? Just quickly, before we look at his numbers, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I don't want it to grow too long. We've talked about that. Says Chelsea have turned their attention to Celtic, Glasgow fullback Josip Juranovic. I think that's another player that will provide good competition for Reece James, and is very technically gifted. I want to talk about that in a bit. It's player mentality. Potter at Brighton was nice because they knew they were a low place aside and played a final every other game. At Chelsea, we have superstars who think they are already legends, probably achieved more than the manager. And that on its own, it's a legendary comment, and it makes some sense. And why, again, he may well find it difficult at Chelsea Football Club. Juranovic was on the bench for Celtic yesterday. Is that a sign that he may well be leaving the club? And when the coach, I think the current coach or president of the club, was asked about the potential transfer of the player out of the club, his response was that he's not going to say their end interest. So again, it's interesting, really. Let's see if we get him. Chelsea signed Datro Fofana and Andrey Santos. Yep, we know that. Nemanja Falloway Fawole, I'll be waiting for your Ronaldo comment to know that's really you. Prince Boateng says Chelsea should get Fernandez and Rice, if not at least one, if only we want to compete with the likes of Man City and Liverpool. To me, as much as I think Rice is a player, let me not talk about that anyway. I read Barella highly, to be honest. He makes that Inter Milan and Italian midfield tick. Yep, big time. He's a fine player, really. And I haven't checked his transfer market to see how much it come for. Yeah, again, I've been watching. I've been watching Barella for 2 years. Not gonna lie, again, I want him at the club from the time we were kind of looking at him when Conte wanted him. That was when I realized what a player he is, really. Again, please subscribe to my YouTube channel also, guys. Again, I would appreciate it. Yep, this is the link to the YouTube channel of Jampot Entertainment. Please go check out his channel, support what he's doing there. He's doing a really good job. Roman Lott says again, Abuelo is full of what? That's why he left his country to play for England. He left his own country to play for England, and that is why his career died. So he shouldn't say anything about CFC. Oh, he's talking about what's the pundit we talked about? What's his name? That a lot of people agree he doesn't know what he's talking about. He had the opportunity to represent. Yeah, he had the opportunity to represent Nigeria. He chose England, and again, it didn't really work for him. And then at one point, I think he tried to see if he can still represent Nigeria. I got to go, guys. All right, I'll reach out as soon as I get a chance. He never liked CFC. That's the truth. I love the area he covered on the pitch. Okay, he's talking about Barella. Give me a minute, please. Okay, no problem, bro. Coach Felix is linked to Chelsea. Why can't Chelsea sign him? What I've read is that we're seriously considering signing him. Felix is a good player, and he's the kind of player that will help us create chances from the central area. I know his numbers at Atletico Madrid again isn't the best, isn't double digits or so, but that's because they play very negative football there, really. If he comes to a club like Chelsea Football Club, I think
Coach,
he'd do better.
sorry, I wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, crystal clear.
Okay, I forgot to mention something. The reason why I think Chelsea is being linked to Enzo Fernandez, the time Enzo Fernandez was going to Benfica, he was linked to Brighton also, and then Graham Potter wanted him. So unfortunately, Benfica have a good record with South American players. They got him. So maybe this is the reason behind. Say like, Graham Potter, can we at least try and get him again? So I think the link for Enzo Fernandez is because of Graham Potter and who's that? Paul West Engley, and then K. Michael, something like that. He's a personal transfer person. I forgot his name. So I think that is the reason behind.
Yeah, and again, Barella, again, you're saying why we're looking at Enzo, right? And Barella is just 25. So he's still very young. And at 25, he's won quite a lot, really. So the winning mentality is there. He's a fine player overall. I hope we get him. The transfer market value now is set against 70 million euros. That's not bad, given how good he is, given, again, his experience at 25. And at 25 also is at the range, which was, again, one of the new Chelsea co-owners said, again, they're looking for players 25 and below. Again, the average age should be around 25. I think Barella, he's a fine player. He's the player I want at Chelsea Football Club. But let's see if he decides to leave Inter, since we're the favorite to sign him. Only if he decides to leave Inter Milan. It remains to be seen. His contract runs until 2026. Ooh. So he's not going to come cheap. The whole thing comes down to him deciding whether he wants to leave Inter Milan or not. But that's, by the way, Bobby, let me know if you want to talk about Barella. If not, we'll move on. Get something else that Roger, Roger would want to talk about. And if you're watching, let me just say this, really. We have 102 votes on the poll, and we have just 57 likes. That doesn't make any sort of sense. Please, people, come on. Again, the likes should be at least again close to 100 since the vote is 102. If it took you just a second to participate again on the poll, it takes equally amount of again time. Just again even not up to a second to click on the like button to help us reach more people, because it doesn't make sense. 102 votes and only 58 likes. We should be doing better than that. Please just do me a favor and drop a like on the stream so help us reach more people. Thank you so much, guys. Says again, I don't think Chelsea are going for cheap players because they are not like Arsenal. That's your again. No, I think that changes. I don't think we'll be signing a lot of again costly players in the future. If you look at the players we're signing, we're laying the foundation so that we'll be spending less in the future. We'll have young players who will sign somewhere developing, and then we'll be ripe enough to be part of the first team in a year or two. Some of which actually are already part of the team, but we'll still go for again the exceptional talents that again that won't come cheap, just to make us for branding purposes and also to make us a very, very strong team. I don't think we'll be Arsenal in that case. I would get Enzo just so Liverpool and United won't get him. That sounds like again an approach. I think Mourinho, I think is one manager that sees he get a player just because again a rival club wants that player. I think he's done that on occasion. That's a pattern to say that's exactly what he does. Don't forget that this will be a January transfer window. You don't usually see many big moves. Yeah, clubs usually don't want to sell big name players during that time. Would be a crazy window if we go through with it. Yeah, again, if we sign all the players we've been linked to Enzo and Felix next month, please, again, to keep our top four hopes alive. A Chelsea fan at Dallas. Okay, let's see what happens. Yes, Leon says, please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not. I see helps the channel reach a wider audience. Now it's 60 likes, just 40 more to get it to 100. We can do that, people. Let's get it to 100 likes today. We must act fast. That's the truth. How good is Fofana? He's an excellent player, really, from what we've seen. But I think there's a chance he has a work permit issue. I hope that's not the case because we need a striker. Kai Havertz is not a number 9. Yes, he scored a goal and assisted a goal the other day. But when we need to play in a traditional, employ the traditional approach where he has to play as a traditional number 9, it becomes a problem. He does well as a number 9 if the application is fluid, which it was against Bournemouth, which was why he did well. He got an assist and a goal. So that makes sense. We have to really get a number 9 if Datro Fofana won't be part of the team because he's good enough, really. I don't care if it was in the Norwegian league or not. That was where Haaland started, really. If Liverpool get a Bellingham and Enzo, that would be a problem for years. Again, they will be set for years, really. But I don't think they'll be able to sign them both. They've spent quite a few. Again, if they get Bellingham plus how much they've spent on what's his name?
Nunez.
Cody Gakpo.
Yeah, and Nunez recently.
And Nunez too. Yeah, Nunez. And Nunez. I'm just gonna say this quickly, Roger. Nunez. I give then. I think it was a panic buy, really. And talk about Lukaku having a bad touch. Nunez has
coach.
Yeah,
coach.
Nunez has
Coach.
what did I there's a term I use for it then. He has bad touch. He has he has premium bad touch, really. Seriously.
Yeah, he's raw. Let me just put it that way. He's raw, he's physical, but he's not putting the ball in the back of the net, so to speak, regularly. But if you notice when he's on the field, things happen around him.
Yeah,
he's raw.
He's a hard worker. I give him that.
Yeah. No, he's industry too. But it's the runs he makes. It's the little things he does off the ball and his physicality. You know what? Listen, he's just adjusting to a new country, a new league, etc., etc. I think, and listen, I'm a Chelsea fan, but I think if he stays healthy and everything clicks, then you'll see a very productive individual.
Here's what you'll get from him.
I don't see it
the fighting spirit is there.
Yes.
The industry is there.
Yes.
But honestly, the technical ability is near zero.
I
if
wouldn't go that
anything,
far.
if anything, I think I'm just going to try as much as I can. So we'll move on from talking about the Liverpool player and talk about
Yes.
Chelsea players.
Sure.
If anything, it's something if you can mold him into that player that will be, again, at the right place at the right time for tappings.
Yeah.
Again, simpler finishes. But you see that fight in him always, and that's a plus. And I think he still do well. But really, we must not go beyond talking about, again, we must talk about his touches. Lukaku did well at
Coach.
Inter Milan, even though he had bad touches. Go ahead. Somebody wanted to say
Coach,
something.
I wanted to catch up on two things.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Because I'm kind of working, I'm in and out, so I might sort of throw you back a bit.
No problem.
First
Go ahead.
of all, somebody made a comment about being wary of talent from the World Cup, and I concur with that comment.
Yes.
I think the standard in terms of persistence is certainly a lot lower, and I think that's what they were alluding to. When you're playing international football, the stage is set for the best players in the world, so you are actually allowed to play. Although there's tactics and some of the lesser countries come up with more sort of stifling tactics. To some extent, you could say Croatia did that. But basically you're allowed to play. And so the better players tend to thrive on that stage. However, that doesn't translate to your bread and butter leagues.
Yeah.
That's why you get people like
James Rodriguez,
like Boufal from Morocco, and even to some extent Ziyech, thriving on that stage, but yet struggling in the merciless pace and hustle and bustle of the Premier League and the foul officiating, like what we experienced even against Bournemouth. It's a whole different level of performance. To get your skills to translate on the daily Premier League stage as much as it does on the as it does on the international stage takes a special player. It takes me to Enzo. People are saying, "Oh, why not save the money on Enzo to do this, to do that, yada yada yada." Look, the level of competition is so great now that for Chelsea to be what Chelsea should be, they have to get the best. Simple as that. It is embarrassing for me personally to be able to see that Erling Haaland, a single player, has scored more goals than my entire team. That's embarrassing. That is an indictment. It is totally unacceptable. And that is an example of our dearth in quality. Now, a player like Enzo Fernandez, please God, we even get him, is a once in a lifetime thing. I remember back in the day when we used to have those phone-ins on Chelsea TV. And back in the day, we had a few other sort of platforms, not quite like we have YouTube now, but there were specific platforms where Chelsea fans would gather and
more traditional platforms.
Yeah. And different phone-ins and things. And I used to be very active on those platforms, especially with Chelsea TV. And I remember the Modric days, and I said, look, this guy, we should get him by all and every means. Unfortunately, it wasn't for the want of trying that we didn't get Modric. It was just Spurs being Spurs and doing what they do against Chelsea where they can. But I look at Enzo as a Modric. He is that sort of player. Is he the ultimate holding midfielder? No. Is he the ultimate defensive midfielder? No, but he is the ultimate midfielder. He will create, he can defend, he will be offensive, and he is what Chelsea needs. But, no man is an island on a football pitch. You have to play with other players, and this is where the mix comes in. You put him with your defensive. It's like when we had Fabregas. I remember the days when they tried to play Fabregas with Kante in midfield. We were slaughtered. But when you put Fabregas with Matic or Fabregas with Mikel, wow, You know, we were a functional flying team. And then you put Fabregas with Matic as well as Kante, unstoppable. So it's that sort of mix of midfield we have to do with our rebuild. And just to come to my last point, my last sort of catch-up point is that, you know, we're saying, oh, you know, they need to be wary of this when they're trying to buy this player. We need to be wary of that. Look, these guys came in because they were to work to the digitized, data-driven formula that Boehly and his team demand. They also came in because they're experts in picking players for a super team. Now, the project is not only picking players for the immediate, but picking players to farm out to the clubs that they're going to buy, that are more or less training clubs for the mothership, which is Chelsea Football Club. So this is part of a bigger project. And when you see them go for a Kone from Borussia Mönchengladbach or a David Fofana from Molde, they've done some homework. And we shouldn't doubt it. And if they turn around and say, hey, look, you know, Enzo Fernandez is the man, I'm not going to doubt it. You know, I'm not going to doubt it at all. You know, if, you know, people are saying Rafael Leao, oh, he can't defend. He'll come to the Premier League and he won't defend. Honestly, I look at that guy and I look at his physique. I look at his speed. And I'm like, do you know what? In the hands of a right Premier League coach, he's going to be able to do everything. And
there's a chance the way he plays, I think, I see Milan again. Comes down to the manager's demand. Stay there. So if we have to counter the opponent, you'll be available to help us complete it. But most people again don't look beyond that. But go ahead.
Exactly. You know, there's. I don't think Chelsea are now in that era where they would just buy players. I think if they buy players, they're going to mean something. They're going to be useful to the team. You know, even the purchases they've made so far, you know, I think, oh gosh, what's our left back? Cucurella is getting much better. Even Koulibaly, you know, he had a dodgy start against Bournemouth, but he settled in later on. And when our backs was to the wall, he was valuable. So they are not just picking rubbish. Okay, people like Aubameyang, why did we get him? Well, bit of
a short-term fix.
Yeah, you know. So that's it. You know, I think we should have more faith in these targets that they're looking for now than ever, really, because they're not targets being picked off based on just reputation. I think they've done some homework as to the character and the data and the capability of these players.
Yeah, brilliant to say it by Bobby. I'm going to try and catch up with the chat, and if you're watching, if you haven't, drop a like on the stream. 102 votes again on the poll, and just 62 likes. Please beef up the likes count, and let's get it up quickly. Roger, if you want to come in anytime, or Ty, please do so. Bellingham reportedly talking to Real Madrid. That's one that doesn't make any sort of sense for me because they have Camavinga who can play centrally too. They also have what's the one we wanted to sign, plus other midfielders they still have there, but that's up to him again. It's just he's a smart boy, but this may well be just rumors. But let's see what happens. If that's out, okay. Again, you need a billboard too. You need to start a hashtag. Let's see how far you go with that. Samuel Oluwatobi, I cannot see the emoji you're using. It just says wash hands. Okay, I don't see Liverpool getting Bellingham anytime soon. After they've just got Gakpo. Again, FFP. I think they consider all those things. I think Gakpo was bad signing for them. Where will they play him? I think signing Gakpo was just again against. Gakpo can play as a number 9, but not your traditional number 9. He can help them again play that role. That what's his name? The guy at Bayern Munich played for them right now. I think he's equipped to help them fulfill the number 9 role the same way Sadio Mane did for them. That's again, and we'll see again. What's his name? The the guy they signed from Benfica will be playing as much games as he's playing once Capo again gets integrated into the team. But we'll see. Nunez is terrible, not gonna lie. Again, you and I the same over Nunez. Okay, I see. Hey, Blue Family, again, I'm off duty. Call next. Please do notify me when you are live. Thanks. Thank you very much, brother. Just make sure you hit the notification button so when we go live, you get notified. Chelsea signed Ronaldo. Yeah, there you go. Your ID. If you don't say that, I was gonna block you from the channel saying that's an impersonator. Every time, sign Ronaldo, sign Ronaldo. Coach, which club is CR7 now? I think it's been joining, to me, that again, from what I'm reading, it'll be joining a Saudi Arabian club. I forgot what it's called, for quite a lot of money that even he wouldn't consider coming to Chelsea no matter how you pay him. Nemanja, I won't pay anything close to that. Even half a quarter of it, I don't think we'll consider paying him that. Nemanja has been asking for about CR7 for months. Nah, I respect the consistency. Good thing I'm able to laugh now without feeling pain in my throat. If Lukaku has a bad touch, the Nunez has a bad touch plus. Yes, Yamik Yahoo CDK. Yes, that's how that's the truth. He has a bad touch plus or premium bad touch, really. If we're being honest, Lukaku is better technically. Yes, because of Boehly's obsession, maybe, yeah. But I think he's let it go now, given how much that's being quoted that the Saudis are willing to pay him. I don't think we'll be willing to pay him that much money. Do you believe Potter will shop Havertz once we get in Nkunku? No, they're two different type of players. Havertz cannot really do well on the flanks. He's better off centrally as a 10, as an 8, or as a hybrid number 9, not really on the flanks. And Nkunku is capable of playing on the flanks on both sides, and also again a playmaker, more of a playmaker than Kai Havertz is really. But the two different type of players. I think we need them both. With two of them on the pitch, I think we'll have again a special team. Now Havertz will stay. I think he's staying. I think Potter has shown actually he trusts him. He started him when his first game for Chelsea Football Club, and see how many times he's actually started him. Starting him over Aubameyang. As much as I think Aubameyang is capable of being part of a fluid attack, I think Kai Havertz would do better in a fluid attack than Aubameyang, because in the fluid attack, too, you need pressing. Since you're not able to unsettle the defenders with a traditional striker who always exploits spaces and sometimes powerful, sometimes you see the fighting spirit that unsettles defenders. But in a fluid attack, pressing is important. Strategic pressing and a lot of running is important, and Kai has that. I don't think Aubameyang has that. So it may well come down to Aubameyang's age, because Aubameyang is not traditional number 9, if we're being honest. It says they should bring back Van Kam or whatever. It was it was brilliant. Yeah, I loved that too. I hope they do. Potter likes Havertz. I don't see him shipping him out. Plus, the guy is good, really, if we're being honest. Haaland has KDB. Silva and Gundogan getting him the ball right in front of goal. In the case, just quickly about Haaland is hard to stop, in the sense that, again, if you want to stop Haaland, you have to stop the supplies. And the supplies aren't coming from a single individual. It is Gundogan, it is Real Mahrez, this is KDB, everybody on the team, whatever Haaland is, again, the supply can come from nearly all of them. So stopping Haaland is difficult because the supply doesn't come from a single individual. It is diversified. It can come centrally. It can come from the flanks, everywhere. It's not predictable where it come from. Is it possible for you to create a WhatsApp group? Okay, I will think about that. The thing about that, again, some people, again, value their privacy. And when you do a WhatsApp group, a lot of people will join. Plus, it exposes that, again, whoever it's on in the group, their private phone number, and I don't have 2 phone numbers, I have 1. So, but I'll consider that. Let's start with, again, our Twitter group. We can create a Twitter group where everyone else, again, that comes here can be part of. Let's start from there, and then I'll think about if there's a way, if somebody's part of the group, nobody will see their numbers. Maybe that will help. Please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Thank you so much for kindly saying that again, brother. I appreciate all the support, the love. Again, like I've always said, I wish I can find a way to pay you back. Even when you want the giveaway, you give it back to the channel as a super chat. Thank you so much for that. We have 67 likes, 116 votes. Let's get it up. I think we can get it to 100 likes today, please. But let's keep liking the stream. The more you like the stream, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered, and in turn, it will push the stream to people that are interested in this, that will be interested in this particular topic. Auba should go. No, I don't think he should. We need experience. It has to be balanced. Some updates I have lined up from my brother Liam Lane. I will look at that in a bit. So, but we have quite a lot lined up here to talk. A lot of stuff. Benfica president Rui Costa. We would not like to sell Enzo Fernandez in January, but we are willing to satisfy the boy in the event of an offer of 120 million euros. That's how much in pounds, really. I've been pulling the numbers out of my wazoo. I'll say around 110. Let me just check it here. Yeah. 120 million euros.
It's about
euros
110, give or take.
Okay, give or take. Okay, 110, give or take. That's still a lot of money, really. Yeah, but there's something Bobby talked about. Boehly's approach is to, again, develop a payment, again, an offer that the club gets to earn more than the buyout clause. But again, the payment structure is different. You're not going to get it in bulk, which was, again, the approach we used to get in Nkunku. It looks like you wanted to say something, Roger.
No. Please carry on. Fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's a lot of money, really. Let's see. They have to let him go. But I'm reading stuff that shows, again, whatever that's going on with the Chelsea's pursuit of Enzo Fernandez. It's a bit confusing, really. This says here, Chelsea have informed Benfica they are prepared to break their transfer record to secure the signing of Enzo Fernandez. That's one thing. And this one here says something different. Chelsea have reached out to all parties over their interest in Enzo Fernandez, but have yet to make a move for Josip Juranovic. That's the right back in question, the Celtic right back. Any interest for the Celtic fullback remains again internal at this stage. So no, again, we haven't made anything open. Again, here's the one I wanted to talk about. This one contradicts every other stuff we read about Enzo. This one says Chelsea have doubts over triggering Enzo Fernandez's release clause as one payment. Okay, as one payment all in one go, it could create a problem. Okay, now I get it. So not really contradicting it. They're just saying we're willing to pay that, but we're not going to pay it in bulk. Again, probably willing to sign him with the approach we use for Nkunku. If you're on the panel, you want to say anything, you can come in anytime. Again, I'm just trying to communicate with those in the chat. And thank you guys for all the support. We're now at 6,997 subscribers. 3 more to get it to 7,000 subscribers. I thought it was going to take a few days, but yeah, we're getting there quicker. 66 likes, people. Let's get it to 70 soon, and then we'll shoot for 100. I know we can get it there only if you can keep liking the video. If Lukaku had bad touch, again, then has a bad touch from... I'm happy that I can laugh without feeling the pain. I'm enjoying it. Again, you can make a Telegram group. Okay, maybe a Telegram group if that's safe, if that doesn't expose anybody's personal phone number. More privacy on Telegram. Okay, excellent. I can see, again, a brilliant Hutchinson, Chelsea. Porter should trade this boy, again, should throw this boy into the first minutes of games. I think Hutchinson is really a good player, and I'm going to say something I've talked about before. It's important when you have such a young player in the team, you want to keep them working. You don't want them to feel like they've arrived at a very young age. It can be detrimental to their development or to their career overall. I remember the case of, is it Adu, the young US player who also played in France? Eddie Adu. He was everywhere. He was overhyped, and again was very young then. Even
18.
Even the Christian Pulisic. You could say Christian Pulisic's hype, came with merit, but he's really at one point there was no merit to the hype. Really,
well, it was like
he's the best, one of the best players in the world. Yeah, go ahead,
Coach. Nike gave, if I'm not mistaken, Michelle Wee and Eddie Adu huge contracts. Michelle Wee was a phenom, a young female golf player, and I think Eddie Adu is pretty much the same era where he got like $40 million contract or something, which is, was it 10 million? Sorry, it could have been 10 million, which is unheard of for a person that was basically high school level, had never played in the pros. So there was much to do about nothing, and it put too much, pressure on him, I believe, and I think that's unwarranted, really, in some regards.
Do you think it's actually pressure? I think, I think the problem was that again he felt like he's arrived.
Yeah, no, he did, and he listen at that age, coach. I can't even remember being that young. that's a adults don't cope well with an influx of cash that much, but let alone someone that is, for all intents and purposes, still not an adult fully, and especially cerebrally. And he wasn't prepared for it, and I think he got to his head, and it's unfair. It really is.
And he was suing people all over also for using his photos. I followed him quite well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But go ahead with what you were saying. Apologies for cutting you off.
No. I thought that, I just thought that the way everyone treated the press built him up and then tore him down. And I felt sorry for him in some regards. Was he immature? Could he have done better? Could he have found a better team around him? Yes, to all of those. But that's hindsight, isn't it? Is America trying to find the next Michael Jordan in any other sport? And they recognize that football or soccer is the world's #1 sport. So I was living in the States at the time, and there was this thing about, especially since 1994, since hosting the World Cup, there was this
the US 94.
Don't forget there wasn't even an MLS league then. America hadn't had a league, I think, since the 70s. So it was just they wanted to break into that market, and they thought, why not build up someone that could have this phenom to follow? And it's all about clicks. In those days, it was all about viewers, and that's how it's worked there. America has a huge grassroots following of football. In fact, it's participated more than any other sport up to the college level. So, but it just doesn't translate post then without a league. And obviously America's developed now and they've progressed, and you can see the fruits of their labor. But it takes time. You can't just, plant a seed, add water, and voila, tomorrow morning we're going to have the best league in the world. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and the lesson, just bringing it back to the topic, Roger, if you don't mind, the lesson there to learn from the case of Freddie Adu is that, again, he felt like he's arrived. And why we talked about that is, again, the Omari Hutchinson argument. As much as he's a good player, he's an excellent player, and he's capable of helping the team and doing, again, playing at a very high level. We must be cautious. We don't want him to feel like he's arrived. It's a risk that can, again, be detrimental to him reaching his potential. As good as he is, he hasn't reached there yet. Because, again, you need to keep a young player.
That'll be very irresponsible.
Yeah, exactly. You need to keep a young player working. You need them to feel like, okay, there's still more work to
grounded.
Do. Yeah, grounded, yeah. So it's a risk to just throw him in there. You could argue that that's one of the reasons, again, why Callum Hudson-Odoi at one point, yes, he had injury. You could argue at one point he started struggling because, again, he felt like he's arrived. He's part of the first team and was asking for game time. And all those things. So it's a risk, really. It has to be, again, go ahead.
Yeah, you can ask Bobby, when in the 70s, when you had a young person like an Eddie Adu, let's say he arrived in the 70s, do you know, he would probably get paid probably $20 to $40 a week, and he would have to clean all the boots. It's called a boot boy. That's what you did as an apprentice. You cleaned the laces, you cleaned the room, you basically paid your dues. And in those days, most professionals actually had summertime jobs like painting and decorating. The game has progressed to the point where you have these phenoms that are getting paid tens of thousands a week, and they haven't even proven a thing yet. big money, I mean, huge money has transferred the game, and these poor young players, their expectations, it's unrealistic. And what is it? It's less than 1% of them make it. Bless them. You know, it's they're just one injury away from going back to school again, and it's very sad.
You know what, Roger? One of the saddest things that has happened to society in general, really, is celebrity and woke culture.
Oh, good Lord, yeah.
You know, these kids now, because of the celebrity that's bestowed upon them through no fault of
social
their
media
own.
too. Yeah, we didn't have social media.
They work under a premise of sort of like grandeur illusions.
There's a show called The Two.
Go ahead. Let's. Bobby was saying something. Go ahead, Bobby.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm so glad that his time is somewhat limited. I want him to play every now and then, but he has no business. All these guys saying, "Oh, put him into the first team, play him instead of Pulisic." It's nonsense. Now look at Camavinga. It's always Chelsea that they come up with this nonsense with. Look at Camavinga. Camavinga has his butt sat firmly on the bench, if he even makes it to the bench at Real Madrid. He's brought in slowly. He's still coming in slowly. But look at his performance at the World Cup, how he pocketed Alvarez and Messi. The kid has improved, certainly from when he was at Rennes, and is still improving. But is he making it a regular in the first team? No, not yet. Nope. But at Chelsea, we expect to push these kids forwards, and it starts to get to their head. Look at Charlie Webster. I don't like what he's doing. I don't like what Charlie Webster's doing. I support the club. If he is making these sort of demands, then get out of here. Go to hell. We made you what you are. We took you at the age of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, developed you right up to this stage. Okay, if you don't want to play in the first team, if you don't want to continue playing for the club, fine. But mate, you're 17, 18 years old. What are you talking about? We've got all these players with too much of themselves. The same thing with we had the same problem with this guy that went to Southampton. Oh gosh, what's
Livramento.
Livramento.
Yeah.
All these demands. How dare you? How dare you?
Because
you're a kid.
Yeah.
You're a child. Sit down, learn your trade. If the club was really being that unreasonable, like it has been, I must confess, people like Lewis Baker and so on, I think they were not treated well. Lewis Baker, by the time he was 23, instead of all those loans, he should have just been sold. Fair enough. But we're not going to be dictated to by flipping 17, 18-year-olds, even 19, 20-year-olds. And this is the problem. Players now think they have a right to demand these things. And sometimes I blame the parents who are trying to make money off their children and come up with these things. So no, we can't be doing this.
Or agents.
Those days where people had part-time jobs as painters, okay, time has moved on. But still, you've got to learn your trade properly, and you've got to keep your discipline, keep your feet to the ground. Because you see all these prima donna kids that, I need first team football, yada, yada, yada. They end up nowhere. Yeah. Check it. All of them. They don't make it.
Yeah. It's a risk. Once you feel like you've arrived, there's no need to work too much.
Coach, to me, it's about man management. Like Hutchinson, I think you can't throw him in at the deep end. The Sharks will eat him. It only takes a couple of minutes of making an error that could cost us a game or whatever. His confidence could be sapped. And these are the type of things that, especially when you're that young, that it's mentally speaking, it's hard to have a strong fortitude, So a person like that like Camavinga, it does need man management. They need to have their expectations reined in. And I think Real Madrid's doing a very good job of that. I think and it needs to, because of
That has always been their approach, actually.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
With very
They
few
did it to
exceptions.
Vinicius Junior until he
Yeah.
just proved too good to be left out.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
when you're
people
that
like
good,
what's the one that they keep putting on the transfer market? There's a couple of Spanish kids they've had forever and a day. Oh gosh, their
Isco.
name is Isco and the other
Isco
guy.
is one of them. I think Isco is one of those guys that also felt like he's arrived. Didn't want to work. Didn't feel like he needs to do more to earn his place in the team. Always again issue with Zidane or whatever manager then, and then they let him go. Look where he is right now. Even his current club, I think they terminated his contract a few days ago.
They're old and they still haven't made it. You know,
So
you
again,
have to be humble.
Yeah. You have to.
Do you remember Messi when he was starting? Messi was always exceptional, but Barcelona used to take him off the bench. As a kid, you know, Messi was actually good enough when he was 16, 17, but he never really hit the first team till he was 20. He was always coming off the bench. Remember the Champions League game where he got one of our what's his name? Is it who was it? He got sent off.
That we signed from Portugal. And it was a defender. We signed from Portugal. I don't remember the name.
You know, time we got.
I don't remember the name. Yeah, it's been a while.
But, he came off the bench.
Yeah.
But you know, all these kids coming talking about, oh, I want to be paid so much. What? Want to be paid what? 100 and what? At the age of, I mean, crikey, get out there. Which grown ass men doing serious jobs earn anywhere near that in the real world? And you at the age of 16, 17, you think you've done enough to be able to command that kind of it's obscene. It's so appalling. It's
you need a reality check. And I think also the club, I think it's also the club's responsibility. I think it's mandatory now in the NFL where you have to, once you sign your first contract as a rookie, you have to go to financial management courses. And I think the league owes it to their young players to also make that mandatory for young players also.
Yeah, let's catch up with what we have in the channel and move on to the next topic. So that's it for Mari Hutchinson. You have to, again, we have to be cautious, be patient. You get to see him. Even Amanda Broya didn't start every game. We knew it was not, again, didn't start too many games. We knew it was going to be like that. There are games we expected him to start. Yeah, it has to be, sorry?
I feel so sorry for him. The screams.
Yeah, again, the injury, again, that's a serious setback. So it has to be a gradual process. It's not something you do in a rush for obvious reasons, or the reasons we've spoken about. Ty, if you're there, anytime you want to come in, go ahead. Again, if you haven't, people, 67 likes. Let's get it to at least 70. But again, if you're watching, I know some of you are watching, but you're not able to, again, participate in the chat. You watching also do go along, that does go a long way. But at least if you can take a second to please help us, drop a like on the stream. You don't have to comment. That will go a long way because it doesn't make sense that we have 126 votes and just, again, 67 likes. Will not, again, that's barely the half of how many votes we have. But that's, by the way, thank you again for 67 likes. That's not easy. We need, again, a right back as soon as possible, coach. We would play the young boy ranking. I don't know him that much, but a lot of people have been mentioning him. If Lukaku has a bad touch, then Nunez has a bad touch. Pro Mass, yep, that's the truth. Frimpong is another good name that's been mentioned. I think Kimso mentioned him on occasions. I think that's one player I'd really like the club to look at. Researching myself, I don't know him that well. Freddie Adu hype was unreal. It was unreal indeed, and ruined his career, really. Now, again, he's gone to oblivion. I haven't even, again, heard about it. He's not even, again, I don't even see him on TV as a pundit or anything. That what happened was unfortunate, really. Bad management. Again, the hype killed him. He felt he's arrived himself. I don't really want to talk about it. Have to leave. Again, have a great Thursday, everyone, and keep the blue flag flying high. Yes, brother.
Yeah,
again,
that's what happened to Jody Morris.
You could argue that too. Again, there are a few young players, and we look at, you could argue the same. Yeah. Have to leave, people. Have a great Thursday. Yep. Keep the blue flag flying high. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you for finding the time to join. Remember, this channel is where you get the first Chelsea news of the day. So come on, make us hit the 7,000 subs, and please hit the like button, people. And let me tell you, I think we're at 7,000 subscribers right now. We need to add cushion to it because it's more like winning by just one goal. It can get cast. Somebody might decide, oh, you know what, I'm done with this channel. So let's again, but thank you for 7,000 subscribers. No matter what happens, we've gotten there. So yes, again, I appreciate the support, the love. We've grown from a channel to a community. Again, the love we all have for each other here is just, again, exceptional, and I love it. We're more like a family than just panelists and those in the chat. Much respect to everybody. Everybody gets to speak their mind. Yep, thank you so much for kindly saying that. The captain of the house, Liam Lane, I appreciate that. See ya, Glenn. Take care. He says, and Coach and Roger, I caution you, know your sentiments. Look at Musiala. The young boys are not even getting 10 or 15 minutes in the first team, and that's the problem. We're not saying, again, them not playing at all. Listen, the language is just, again, it has to be gradual. He can get 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, play first half, play one game, play one whole game. But the point is, we don't have to do it in a way that he feels like he's arrived. No need to even work harder. If you do that, he will stop learning. He'll feel like he's learned everything. You want to keep doing it in a way that he feels like I still have something to learn.
Progression.
Listen to him. Yeah, if you listen to Breuer's comments, when he wasn't getting that too many times, he wasn't complaining. His comments are, again, the manager has told me where I need to work on, and I'm seeing where I need to learn. There's a lot to learn. So you have to keep it that way. But the moment he becomes a regular at this age, forget about it. He doesn't think, again, subconsciously, he won't believe there's anything else to learn. So that's why, again, okay, some updates here. I'm going to open it. That's why it has to be a gradual process, really. They are watching players like Musiala and think they're good like him. Maybe that's the case. Musiala is good. And Musiala, again, I don't think they started throwing him into game 90 minutes and him playing regular. No, it was a gradual process. Again, if Omar Hutchinson gets a chance, and again, and blow our expectations out of the water, and next chance he did the same, then he becomes a regular. Then it's on merit, and the coaches will keep watching him too. He has to keep working hard. If not, he drops to the bench too. So even Musiala didn't just start being a regular. No, it was a gradual process, really, if we're being honest. Also note that these days, again, athletes are getting younger in all sports. Yep, again, they start learning at a very early age. These kids need a better team around them. Like it's really about perspective and perseverance. Yeah, that's the truth. For instance, again, a lot of things. This is not the channel for it, really, because it will derail us from talking about Chelsea players. A lot of things, them not having good advices in place in terms of what not to say in public and what to say. Again, in some cases, if you look at it, you say, again, I think there's a lot to learn to have better structure around the young, in terms of the advices, again, managers, and to have better structures around young players, for them not to go, again, to misbehave, really. But that's, by the way, just saying hello to Brian. Let's say Chalobah is a poster boy of how patience can help a young boy achieve his dream at Chelsea. The kids, again, they need to learn. That is just that counts as a delicious comment, by the way, and I love it. Yeah, Chalobah did good for himself. He was very patient, went out on loan, again, came back even when the rumors were we signed Fofana, the club are going to sell him. If you interview him, he says Chelsea is my club, and I'm not going anywhere. But the media, anyway, again, saw an opportunity to get more clicks because we signed Fofana at such a high, very costly price. Again, knowing if they say anything about Chalobah leaving, people would like to read it, and it worked for them. It turned out, again, the club never wanted to let him go, and the player himself never wanted to leave, and now he's signed again for a long time. Congrats to the Chelsea perspective. Yes, that's the way to phrase it. It's not me, it's not you, it's us. We're a community here, we're family here. So congrats also. We made it to 7,000 subscribers. Let's shoot for 8,000 subscribers. We can get there. And this success isn't despite me traveling to Africa for the burial of my dad and my uncle at the time when I was sick and all that. We're still growing as fast as possible. I think it's all come down to the love and respect we have for each other. So thank you to all the panelists and those in the chat. Again, you made this happen. I think football is an advanced form of slavery that is children again demand more than their age. Here's the thing. That comment. Okay, yeah. Here's the thing. I think FIFA. I think they've done their best. FA. They've done their best to avoid the exploitation of young players. I think I got to give them credit in that aspect. I think they've done quite well. But let's see again what we have next to talk about. Sorry?
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. Because again, it's there for everyone to see. The whole world is seeing what's happening. Even non-footballing football bodies are paying attention to how, again, at one point there were concerns about young players being transported to Europe. It's sign a contract that gets them enslaved forever, or sign contracts that the only person that earns anything tangible, the manager or the agent.
Usually the agent.
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, we've gone beyond that level. This year, since again, Chelsea planned to push for a new right back in the summer, but with the latest setback for Reece James, told the club have pushed forward these plans to January. Names being looked at include Master Gusto, I think that's from Leon, Pedro Porro, I'm not sure, and Josip Juranovic.
That's Celtic.
Yeah, the Celtic guy.
Yeah.
To me, I don't know why we're leaving out Denzel Dumfries from that list because again, he's an excellent player, and like I said too many times on this channel, his output last season didn't differ that much from that of Reece James. I think Reece Beaton was just 2 assists of that, but maybe the price tag, because Inter are quoting around 60 million or so.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. So to you, which of these players is your first choice, really, Roger?
Juranovic. I've only watched him like on 1 or 2 occasions, so I'm not really a SME, a subject matter expert to go over this, but I've been listening to pundits on British radio and TV, and they all think Chelsea should go after Juranovic. So if that's the case, then so be it. I mean, and he's inexpensive. He's going to cost very little by comparison. And listen, Azpilicueta, his legs have gone. He's just not.
No, you think?
Yeah,
you think his legs are gone?
Don't get me wrong.
No, I'm being sarcastic here.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are.
We've talked about how the club again making efforts again, trying again. The club keeping him isn't really for his playing ability.
No, it's not. It's for locker room.
We want some measure of consistency given how many players are leaving. Again, but go ahead with what you were saying. Sorry for cutting you off.
We had to stabilize the ship because we have an outflux of players, and he does bring great leadership and personality and wisdom. People respect him in the team, so that bodes well. I get it, but he's only good for half an hour to, let's say, an hour max. He just in that specific position that is so demanding. You have to go up and down. 20, 30 years ago, you didn't have to do that. You very rarely passed the halfway line. Now you're going up and down. It's the most demanding position in football. So
especially specifically the wing back role.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not fair for him in that regard, and you can't expect that. It will be very unfair. We need to address this. We've addressed it on the left side, and we have to, because I'm not sure whether you can say this is a Chelsea training staff issue or not. One doesn't know. Did he come back too prematurely? Don't forget, just like most athletes, your body is your office, and is he under pressure to come back early, or should the team be saying, you know what, based on this scenario, you have to take so many more days off? You know, maybe he should have been allotted X amount of minutes and come on for 20 minutes or whatever. Or it's just bad luck. It's an amalgamation of so many players just being like Fofana and so forth. There's some freak tackling that's gone in. Don't forget how he hurt his knee originally. And you can say the same for Chilwell against Juventus, I think it was, that tackle. That has, you know, there's some fluke. There's a lot of bad luck that's transpired for Chelsea. But we do need to address the medical staff, and this position definitely
Is it really? Again, there's something that somebody said yesterday. Is it really the medical staff's fault?
No.
They go and kick up. Their job is to treat the player when the player gets injured. If anything,
exactly.
maybe the physios or maybe the training approach is what we should be looking at.
It's the repeat injuries that they're talking about, but the initial injuries has nothing to do with them because they're not. You know, a lot of the time it's they're blowing out their knee because of a tackle, and that has nothing to do with the medical staff. Maybe they're being rushed back too soon, perhaps, or maybe they're not taking their time in their recovery. So I'm not sure, or it could be an amalgamation, a combination of. But we do seem to have a lot of injuries the last 2 seasons, and you need luck, you know, just like as in any team sport. You know, most teams that win the league stay very healthy, and there's a certain amount of luck to that.
Yeah, there is. If we're being honest, really. Again, we need to find out what the problem is. I wouldn't say the medical department. Again, I think Todd Boehly has sacked nearly all medical personnel at the club. Yeah. And at one point, we heard somebody was brought in at an expatriate level, not hired, not a full-time employee at the club. But again, I don't think that the whole thing comes down to the medical team isn't the problem. If anything, like as I said before, the physios or maybe the training approach. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. May I ask you a question? Do you think we keep Sakari?
It depends. We need to see more. But again, I wouldn't just judge by one game really. But he was excellent. He was excellent. By the way,
did you watch the game for a second time?
I haven't gotten the chance to watch it for a second time.
Yeah. I was so against him being subbed off initially, but after watching it a second time, he was losing the ball. I think like 3 or 4 of his lost attempts.
Yeah, even the numbers. Remember, we looked at the numbers after the game. He gave away the ball too much, which was why we agreed. Which again, that may well be the reason why he had again the lowest. He has the lowest rating of all the players.
But I still think that the rating was a little bit harsh on him. But I think he did need to be subbed off after watching it a second time.
That's a very good observation, Roger. That's interesting.
Yeah, interesting one indeed. If you're watching with, again, 73 likes, but I must, again, take you back to, we have 135 votes, so we should have at least 100 likes on the channel. Again, if you took a second to participate on in the poll, please do take a second also to drop a like on the stream. 73 likes. Let's try to get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. I know we can get there, but only if you keep liking the video. We can do better than that. Thank you for all the love you've shown to the Chelsea Perspective community. Have I read this one? I think football. Yeah, I think I've read that one. Hey, again, Liam was wondering, okay, was it me or you're talking about someone else? Massive cheers to 7K followers, guys. Again, keep subscribing and liking. Says my brother Adekunle Temitope. Thank you so much for saying that, brother. I appreciate that. We keep growing, yes, as a family. Kishon Gabo will flop at Liverpool. Was he again? I don't think he'll flop. I think he's too good to flop, really. I was suspicious about what's his name, Darwin Nunez. But Gabo, I think, Gabo is actually to correct the mistake they made in Nunez. But Nunez will still come good. But he's not that player. You can play him as a hybrid 9, which is what Klopp prefers. He prefers playing with a hybrid 9. It's a German thing, really, than a traditional number 9. Nunez is not equipped to, you could say, to be effective again if you're trying to employ him as a hybrid 9. So yeah, to my friend here, my Barcelona friend, nice to see you, coach. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. So for me, of the least of the center, again, the right back players or right wing back players or full back players that have been looked at, to me, I like Juranovic, but I really do like Denzel Dumfries. I know a lot of people disagree and would think otherwise, but I have my reasons. I've looked him, I've watched him. These players, again, some of them, I don't know Gusto that much, Pedro, I don't know that much, and I hate pretending I know a player. But from what I've seen, maybe the club are shying away from Dumfries, given that Inter are quoting something around 60 million euros. And we tried actually to get them when Inter were negotiating with us to get Lukaku. So we tried to factor the signing of Dumfries into that deal, and it didn't work. Maybe he ends up at Manchester United. We'll see what happens. Chelsea can still get top four, coach. Hope you are aware. It's not late. We're midway through the season, really. Again, it's not late, really. But if looking at what we have at this point, you'd argue it will be tough, really. Maybe after January signings, maybe would be well equipped to make it back into the top four. You can say at this point, actually, technically, we can still win the league. Yeah, if we're being honest. But
I don't think we win the league if Reece James goes down again, because most people were saying that,
no, I'm just saying mathematically.
Yeah. No, of course.
Not.
Oh yeah, mathematically we're very much in it. Not a problem. But if he comes back after 4 to 6 weeks, let's say, and then he has another instance of an injury in the same knee, he has to go under the knife, most people are saying. So he'll be gone for the season. So and I don't see us being successful in the top four without him.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's up to sign a good right back player again in the January transfer window. To me, I'm not going to get into the argument of mentioning Denzel Dumfries again because it doesn't even look like as if the club are looking at him. But that's, by the way, we need 22 more likes to get it to 100 likes. I know we can do that. What next do we have to talk about here? And if you're in the chat, if you want to mention, again, any right back you feel like will be the best option for us, you go ahead and shoot for it. I'd be glad to really look at it. Let's see what else we have here. Again, I am told that it is Christopher Vivell himself personally working on the Enzo Fernandez deal right now. Sources say Chelsea want Enzo and Rice, and any deal for midfielder in January should not affect. I guess that should be affect a move for Rice in the summer. Rice in the summer, not immediately. Roger, can I without being biased? I know you're English. Would you really want again? Is the Rice the best defensive midfielder you think the club can go for?
Well, available. I mean,
Amrabat is available. Benessa is available.
Listen, Rice is proven in this league. And what is he, 23, 24? I don't think he's going to cost over 100 million. He's going to cost around 70. So in today's market, I think, plus the fact that he's very close with one of our players, Mount, and he's a Chelsea boy and he loves Chelsea. I think he would suit us. Let's say he was French. I still would say let's go for him. But it adds an extra value to the fact that because we need so many homegrown players. So there's that aspect of it also. We do need to have a certain amount of English players. That's the rules in the Premier League or the FA, whatever you want to call it.
Don't you think we do? Chukwuemeka is in the team.
Yeah, I know Mounts. Yeah, no, we do have a plethora. We have enough. But I'm just saying that adds to it. That's all I'm trying to say. I know you don't rate him that highly, and I respect your decision. I wasn't his greatest fan, but he's growing on me. He really is.
Okay, go ahead.
No, he's growing on me. I see him being more expansive. He's quite a solid tackler. Like against France, how did you rate him in the France game, for instance? I thought he was outstanding. He was solid. You know, I know it wasn't just him, but we bossed that midfield. And I know it's the formation. And guess what? He he had his best game in an England shirt, I believe. He was solid. He was going in for tackles. He was winning stuff. He was progressing the ball forward. I was very happy with him. If he can do this,
you're really, really trying to convince me. But go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear that noise? That's the bus door opening for you to get on. It's no, he's and he's a proven he's a proven commodity in this league, coach. What are you laughing at? But he's
no, it's just funny. Again, he hasn't grown into me. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but here's the thing: of all the nonsense that were talked about, that Thomas Tuchel liked him, wanted to sign him, I think that those things were absolute nonsense. I don't think he fits the way Thomas Tuchel plays, really. Even Graham Potter, maybe if again, that's how I see it. Graham Potter prefers a more fluid. He prefers central midfielders rather than midfielders who are traditionally defensive minded.
Yes.
I think I followed him long enough to see that's how he prefers it, which was why I think you could say he just had to play. He had to play Zakaria because he wanted to be sure that we have good protection for the defense. He doesn't want to lose another game.
Coach, I'm coming.
Had we been winning games consistently before that break and we come back, I don't think Zakaria started. But go ahead with what you were saying.
No, I agree with you. I totally agree with that last statement. I think had we had better results the last 3 games prior to the World Cup, I don't think Zakaria starts either.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah.
No. I am seriously coming to terms, and I find it very hard to say this out loud, but I think we have to basically accept the fact that there's a very strong possibility Kante is gone.
No, he's gone already.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
I can say why if you want me to.
Well, the money.
For the money plus his age. And again, the club, they're probably looking at the value, saying, are we going to get our value if we give him that much money? Plus, again, here's the thing. By now, Kante had already made up his mind he wants to leave. I think he'd feel disrespected. I know Bobby explained, again, he's now a year older. The previous owners had a 3+1 offer on the table for him. The new owner said, we've taken it down to 2+1 because you're injury prone and all that, yada, yada. To me, if it was me, I will look at it and say, okay, how many trophies can I win with Kante? Quite a lot. Even if you can get 25 games from Kante or even 20, he's a big game player. We're talking about Kante, who wasn't fully fit when we won the Champions League final with him. Kante, who was just half fit when we won the Europa League with him under Mauricio Sarri. But probably they're not paying, again, attention to how valuable Kante is to the club or will be for the club, again, from a footballing perspective. But you go ahead with what you were saying.
Coach, he is, regardless of position, our best player in the squad, not the team, the squad. He is that good. When fit, obviously, we're talking about fit players. He is our best player. He's a world-class player. I mean, that phrase is used so often, but he is. He is our best player, in my opinion, humble opinion. I think you have to look at Silva and Reece also as two other world-class players, and that's it. I honestly think that, I would love for him to stay. And, they're probably going to offer him a 1 year based on the last injury. And obviously he's required surgery. They're probably going to say, we'll give you a 1+1, and he's not going to take that. You know that. I know that. Because he can go back to France for England, where he's a Parisianer, play for PSG. They'll give him an arm and a leg, and he'll. So I get it, but he let's see. Maybe he loves playing in London. Maybe he loves Chelsea. Who knows? He's not your prototypical player personality-wise either. He is so humble. He's such a nice person. He's not a greedy person. But yes, business is business. But excuse me. I've come to terms with he's going, sir, and I think we can safely assume there's a strong possibility J5 has gone also. So I think we.
I think both. I
Yes.
think again, here's the thing. If we're being honest, they're gonna be here until June. They're not gonna leave in January.
No,
Except
exactly.
if we decide to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
And I see us only deciding to sell if we're getting again new players. And again, I think the club understands the risk of letting both go, even if we sign new players. Again, I'm saying they understand again the risk because they fought to keep Cesar Azpilicueta, not because of his playing ability. No, again, yeah. So they understand the importance of still having that leadership within the team spine, if you prefer. But go ahead, I'll let you round up so I can catch up with what we have in the chat.
I would like for us to get Rice, and I would like to keep Zakaria. From what I've seen with Zakaria, with all due respect to the Blue Cloud Media chap, I think he's quite good right now. I thought he played very well. Yes, I know it's one game.
Yeah, we have to make do with what we have. And on 2 occasions that he's played, he's done quite well, really.
Yeah, exactly. And when you consider that small sampling size, I think if you give him a full training camp, once the season's finished, I think, how old is he now? I don't know how old Zakaria is. Zakaria, how old is he? Let me have a look.
Go ahead. Keep speaking. I'll find out for you.
Yeah, it's I would like to keep him. He's going to cost in the mid-20s, I think, right? That's a steal in today's market.
He's 26.
Oh, is he really? I thought he was younger.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so he's reaching his prime. So for 20, 25, give or take million, that's nothing, coach. It's like that's about 4 pair of boots, isn't it? That's nothing.
But let's not just judge with one game.
No, exactly.
A few games. We need enough sample to decide whether to keep him or not.
I'm saying this based on the assumption that we see him play another 10, 15 games and he plays to this level based on what I've seen, I'm saying. And if that is indeed the case, then I say we keep him, considering the price.
Yeah.
But who else do we need in midfield? Do you want Enzo? I'm very wary of World Cup.
Here's the thing. If I'm being honest,
yes.
I want us to move on from this topic, really. If I'm being honest, if we're talking about getting a defensive-minded player, Enzo isn't the man, really. And Bobby had already talked about that.
Yeah.
Plus his assist numbers, chance creation numbers, again, let me just say assist numbers isn't close to what I personally is looking for. Because I'm going to explain myself. We need creative midfielders, players so capable of creating chances from the central area so that we can diversify our chance creation. Let the chances come from the flanks, on the carpet, in the air, and also from the central position. That way we'll be unpredictable.
Exactly.
But if it's just on the flanks, whether on the carpet or in the air, it's very predictable. Once oppositions defend it, we're done. Yep. So yeah, I get a good response there. From what Zakaria in 2 games, what we've seen, you could say from that 2 games is good enough to keep. But it all comes down, we need to see more, really. So we don't just, again, jump to conclusions, that's it. I think this guy is good enough, pay the money, and then end up regretting it. But let's see what happens.
This Enzo chat reminds me of James Rodriguez. He scored one of the best goals I've ever seen in the World Cup.
And Real Madrid, you know how much they paid for him?
Yeah, an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, and,
so let me just go ahead.
They put him on loan to Bayern, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
On loan to Bayern, and then I think he went back to Monaco again. I don't remember the story really.
I mean, you've got to admit it's one of the greatest goals ever, but you can't do that. It's the World Cup; it just inflates prices, and it's nonsensical. It's rational.
Yeah, so. I think at one point I saw a comment from Chelsea Dan, but it looks like I mistakenly skipped it. Dan, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying the festive period. I'll reach out to you soon to say hello. I have seen enough of Zakaria. He's not, again, a Chelsea material, in my opinion, at Chelsea and the World Cup. From what he's done at Chelsea, I think he's done quite well, given, again, that he's the best we can do with at this point. If Jude Bellingham is available, get him over Rice. It's as simple as that. I think he's better equipped than Rice is, but it's not, again, defense. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen, really. We know that. But if we're looking for a defensive-minded player to protect the defense, Rice is our man. Plus, Rice can also play as a center-half. So he reads the game quite well, too. But if we're looking for attacking-minded player, a more complete player, Bellingham is the guy. Again, people, we need just 19 more likes. And Roger is saying if we get to 100 likes, I'll do a push-up. I will think about it. 19 more likes to get it to 100. I know we can do that. If we have 149 polls on the poll asking question whether, again, if you'd like Chelsea to keep Jorginho, we have 149 likes, and surprisingly, we have just 149 votes. So we should have at least 100 likes. Please help us get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. I don't think it's available to us. Chelsea should sign Rice and Bellingham. Those are two expensive players, really. Except if we're gonna wait for Rice to wind down his contract and then get him on the cheap, maybe that's the case. Getting them both, that's really expensive, and I don't think it will make any sort of sense to get them both. Really, not saying Zakaria is the best thing after sliced bread. I love this one. Oh my goodness, not saying Zakaria is the best thing after sliced bread, but he is not as bad as Chelsea made him to look. I think I knew Zakaria again a long while ago when I did a scouting for Chelsea episode with a Swiss journalist. What's his name? He used to cover Chelsea, but now he covers a La Liga game. Nichel. Again, Nichel Patel. I think Swagger. I think it's his last name. Again, Zakaria was on fire then. And we wanted Chelsea to sign him, really, but we didn't sign him then. He had a long-term injury that after that, it doesn't look knee, like... Right? Knee, I think so, yeah. It doesn't look like it's been the same scene. But it looks like, from what we're seeing, maybe he's recovering fully. But also, the argument will also come up, again, if he was that good, why is Juventus, again, why did they decide to let him go alone, let alone with an option to buy? And how many games did he get to play at the World Cup? But I think we shouldn't be judging him by that. Even I have been guilty of asking those questions. But I think we should look beyond that and see what he brings to the table for Chelsea Football Club and go for it there. Yeah.
Coach. There's many factors. It could be a personality with the coaching staff. Could be the environment. It could be the culture where he's playing. He just may not fit in. There's certain players that just don't click in certain teams and excel in others or in other leagues. So, it happens in so many sports also, not just football. And so it's quite common. So you would think, well, if he's that good, why would another team let him go? That's a very good. But guess what? Players excel in certain styles and certain formations, or certain coaches bring out the best of them.
Yeah.
So there's many variables involved. But I actually think he's good quality. At the very least, he adds depth, and for that price, that's what he can do at the very minimum.
Yeah, again, very understandable. Ty, I'm not going to say what you just said again because I hope everything is okay on your end. Please keep me updated. Yeah, so again, a delicious comment there from my brother Tamito Pe. I like that. Hello, everyone. Hello to you too. Kemso. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show, brother. I appreciate that. Seeing news saying Arsenal are in for Felix. Yep, that's the truth. They've always wanted to sign him. But here's the thing. They will be paying quite a lot for Mihailo Modric, something around the region of 60 million euros. They bid 45 million or 40. But Shakhtar Donetsk wants more. And they made it clear we're not selling at that price. So if they're spending that much money on him, they're not going to go for Felix because Felix will be with an option to buy, and Atletico are asking something again north of 70 million euros because they paid 90 plus for him. So I don't think they're not too serious about him right now. According to Fabrizio Romano, the focus is getting Modric, Mihailo Modric, not again Felix. Felix, if anything, will come to Chelsea, and we're seriously considering getting him.
Are you talking about João Felix?
Yeah, João Felix. Yeah. I don't think they get him.
No, I think I truly hope that Chelsea can get him in this window on loan.
Yeah, alone with an option to buy.
Sure. How do you rate him, Coach? And
I rate him very well. Haven't you heard me argue that I'd rather we get him than we get what's his name? Rafael Leao. And why do I say that? again, we're looking for creators. We have wingers already. We still have Christian Pulisic, of which I think he's going to get more game time and probably decide to stay at the club. If anything, he's not going to leave until the end of the season. We have, again, players who can play on the flanks. Then we still have Raheem Sterling. So why prioritize Leao over João Felix? Why we still lack, again, a chance creation from the center area of the midfield?
João Felix is not only technical, but his passing is sublime.
Yeah, he's got good vision.
Yeah, yes, he does. Immense, and he goes very well with the ball. He dribbles very well, and guess what? He's clinical. I mean, very clinical. I mean, he should be wearing a medical outfit whenever he's on the pitch. He's so clinical.
And plus, again, you can say we haven't seen again the best of João Felix given the negative approach to football from Simone. Lateness is greatness, Kim. So you're always welcome, brother, and thank you for all the love. And Kim, so congratulations to us. We've reached 7,000 subscribers plus. For all the others, says Kante is not over. Unfortunately, the owners are not seeing it as you and I are seeing it. Again, big mistake if Kante, the ultimate professional. That's one thing I haven't mentioned is that he is an exemplary professional. For being honest, was to leave Chelsea. Reece is always injured too, but got 6 years. Yeah, exactly. Even more than Kante has gotten injured, really. But got 6 years. Kante has to be well managed. That's it. Again, on the club. That's on the club. The only question I've always asked, if you look at every player, there are things that define players. Again, there are things you could say. If you look at the factors that define a particular player, you'll find one predominant factor that defines that player. In the case of Kante, the predominant factor that defines him, you could say, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the predominant factors that define his style of play is that the amount of running he does, on the pitch. There's also, again, his ability to read the game, his tackling ability. So I've always questioned whether he still be effective if he cannot run as much. What do you think, Roger?
Yeah, Coach, I think from day one since he's arrived, every single manager has, I think, done a poor job with man management with him. They've just used him and abused him, flogged him like a dead horse. It's like,
and if you're saying that, you have to add the Shams to that list.
No, checkmate. Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's he should have been used more judiciously, more cautiously, like only in the big things.
And not pulling back every time the slightest he recovers, boom, he's back into the fold again. Not giving him time enough to recover fully.
As I said, I can't remember which station. I think it was an American channel that said they did a study that most people doing so many kilometers over a certain age, that the amount of injuries they get are after the 70th minute. And so, you keep him up to 60 minutes a game for the most part, especially when you're playing multiple games a week. He's never been utilized correctly minutes-wise, I'm referring to. And so that needs to change. Otherwise, his injuries are only going to continue. So, unless, touch wood, knock my head, that he can continue after this surgery and he's got a new set of tires on, that's...
Yeah.
But his game is predicated on putting miles on his boots.
And this is one player, again, I've talked about how he falls into that category of players, those category of players that, again, they're so good, they're so unique that no matter how old they are, you still find a way to utilize them in the team. We'll have Luka Modric, we'll have Zlatan Ibrahimovic, we have, I think there are a few of them, Thiago Silva, our own Thiago Silva. Again, So again, that I think we should do the same with N'Golo Kante. And believe me, given the age of those players in question, the age of Thiago Silva, again, who got how many years he's got? Again, even Aubameyang, who's got 3+1 offer. Again, Dale also, I forgot how many. And then you're telling Kante you have to take 2+1.
And also Kante, you're forgetting Kante. He is the consummate team player. He's just, he is. He's such a modest, polite. I think every single coach that's ever coached him for Chelsea has said he's a dream to coach.
He is
a person.
He is.
So it's a whole package. You can't be. Let's say he is who he is as a player, but he's a bit of a jerk. and not a team player as a personality, then you could argue that case. But he's not. He's everything at the highest level in every aspect of being a professional. Why wouldn't you want to keep him?
Yeah, I agree with you. And again, my point is Kante falls into that category of players. You find a way to accommodate them. Again, if I were Graham Potter, honestly, I wouldn't mind playing him for just 15 games, because there are important 15 games that if he's on the pitch, he'd help you win it. He's the only one of few Chelsea players that I've seen come off the bench 15 minutes before the end of the game and win man of the match.
Yeah,
It doesn't happen very often. But unfortunately, the current owners probably seeing a lot of stuff from footballing perspective. But again, business. It is always the brand, big name players and all that. I know they know we have to win again for us to be a brand that will be attracting big name sponsors. But still, I don't think they pay good attention to things from a footballing perspective. But that's,
he's
by the way,
engine
good
in our team.
Yeah, he is indeed. A delicious comment from a brother and a friend, Faldiazo, aka Boogeyman. Zakaria is 25. Thank you for that. Zakaria is a good player. He is. I'm not saying he's bad. But let's see whether he'd be able to regain the form that made him popular. Enzo, and that's special. I can argue that too. It's a World Cup hype for me. He's arguably defensively more aware than any of our current midfielders. Only again behind a fit Kante. Behind the fit Kante. Again, he fills a gap in the squad at the moment, without a doubt. I'm sure you're referring to Kante. Kante is one player that even if he's playing as the number 9 man, he's still been protecting the defense from there. That's how good he is. But again, I'm going to stop preaching Kante. It just looks as if I have an agenda, like my friend and brother Mikhail said the other day in the chat. Enzo will improve our midfield. He will take J5 spot and be more aggressive in the midfield. But again, he cannot fulfill that register role. I think something changes if we miss Jorginho, and Enzo isn't the man to still help us play, again, in the sense of playing out from the back, always being available, creating passing lanes, even in the most difficult situations, being able to be calm on the ball. Enzo plays differently. So we must be cautious on who we're choosing to replace Jorginho. Bellingham is going to Liverpool. Some say Liverpool, but we'll see what happens. Unless Potter goes to Brighton and takes Caicedo and Mac Allister, get those two, and we're set for 5 to 7 years with our midfield. But okay, we'll see.
You know what, Coach? You know what I would like to see? I would like to see Rice, Kante, and Mount. I think that's sexy.
I've seen that there's nothing that will happen for you to start looking beyond Rice, really.
Hey, it's and Kante though. Hey, no pun intended, but he's my staple. Get it? Staple diet, yeah.
Yes, then I have to be honest with you. To me, again, of all the list of players we've mentioned as the defensive-minded players, for me, my first choice remains Enzo Fernandez. Second is Amrabat. Third is a U.S. international that plays for Leeds United. That's me. Yeah. That's how I see it.
How much would Fernandez cost?
Enzo Fernandez, again, is something north of, you could say, £90 million or so. Given that is
that your number one choice?
No, he's not my number one choice. If we're talking about a defense, because he played deep for Argentina in the World Cup, correct me if I'm wrong. If we're talking about a player who's defensively minded, we should be looking at Benessa. But usually, again, the World Cup hype is really huge. That again, people are looking beyond that, really. Yeah. And like Glenn says, Glenn called it World Cup tax, and I don't blame him. We've been there. We did that with Juan Cuadrado, and we'll see how that panned out. Real Madrid did that with his fellow countryman too from that particular World Cup. They
Colombia,
signed Colombia, the both Colombians.
James Rodriguez.
James Rodriguez. Again, and we'll see that again. That's not saying Rodriguez is a fine player, but how much they paid for him and the hype then, it was just over the top, really. If you're watching, we need just 14 more likes to get it to 100 likes. And I'm going to ask you this question, whether it makes sense to you, whether it's fair, really, that we have 163 votes in the poll that asks a question about Jorginho, but we can't even get to 90 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 likes, people, before the show ends. I think we'll have just about 20 minutes to end the show. Except if the conversation is flowing, we can last a bit. Chelsea should give Kante a 3-year contract. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
If it happens, I'd be surprised, and I'll take it. Felix Enzo, that's way too much. Again, FFP would kill us. And like something that Glenn said in the chat, FFP, they're not going to come immediately. They'll just let you keep going and spending. And then when you're enjoying yourself, winning matches and all that, then they'll come and say, we need to talk. And then but then it's a bit too late. You see transfer ban and all that. 7K, yes, we're celebrating that. Thank you so much. Next year, 15K, we're gonna get that. Thank you so much for saying that. As a community, as a unit, together we will get there. Again, Enzo Fernandez is just World Cup out. Yep, you said that before, and you're saying that again. I give up on Aubameyang.
To be honest, with all the young players that we're investing in, if after making big purchases, if FFP give us a 5-year transfer ban, I don't think we'll be that bothered, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
That's a
so,
good
you
point,
see Bobby's
actually.
strategy. Let's do it.
Yeah.
but Bobby, what's the punishment really? Is it just transfer ban and some? Again, there's a rule, a new rule in place actually.
Well, it depends. You know, they're
think
always
about
inventive when they come with new ways. If it's Chelsea, they'll devise a way to hurt them.
To punish us even more. I don't want to risk it, but I think we're still fine at this point. Boehly is a smart guy and probably has quite a lot of people around. Vivel, I know, is well acquainted with the FFP rules. So I don't think they would want to cross that line. It's a risk they don't want to take after all we've been through during the transfer, during the sales conundrum and the sanctions and all that. We haven't fully recovered, really. You could say that's one of the reasons why we're lagging behind in terms of signing players we want. I give up on Aubameyang. No, I wouldn't say. Again, Aubameyang's biggest problem at Chelsea has been poor services, really. But yeah, we move on from that. I haven't given up on him. Robinson can be says, what's he saying again? Quickly, I really hate to say this again. If we sign Enzo, that could actually unlock Lukaku. That's a forbidden name here. Yeah. could recoup that huge mistake again. If we swallow our pride, that is doubtful. Here's the thing. Can you go look at Enzo Fernandez's numbers in terms of chance creation? And let me know if you think he'd be the guy to unlock Lukaku. If anybody is capable of unlocking Lukaku, on of which they played together, that person is, Niccolo Barella. Yeah, before being honest, really. But I get your argument there. Again, this is Boniface is a Chukwu. Sorry for skipping your comment there. Quite a lot to read. Chelsea should give Kante a 3-year contract. I read it, but I didn't say your name. I love saying your name because my name also does have my real name does have Chukwu in it too, and I like that so much. Unless Potter goes to Brighton, okay, I've read that one. I'm going to try to skip to the very bottom. Quite a lot to read, and we still have a lot to talk about. Let me see. I've read this one. If Lukaku is finished, maybe Inter are just playing us to get him on a free, so he starts firing on all cylinder. But he's lost one of his chief creators in the guy that plays for PSG. But one of them still there in Lautaro Martinez. But the problem with Lukaku going back is that Martinez became his own man became the main guy at Inter before Lukaku returned, and wouldn't want to again revert to being Lukaku's creator. I don't think it's going to be difficult for that to happen. But please, we don't see that happening. Kante is prone to injuries. It is not that it's so bad. Again, if we release him, okay, if that's how you see it, I cannot. Can't we just buy Casado? It's not that simple. All the clubs want him. Hello, guys. Hello, coach. It's been a minute. Again, nice to see you. I hope you're enjoying the festive period, and I hope you enjoyed your Christmas specifically. And again, we'll all see the new year by the grace of God and live to see 2023 and enjoy it and more prosperity in that year. If you're watching, if you haven't, again, we need 14 more likes to get it to 100 likes. I believe we can do that. Okay, if you want to do that, please like and subscribe when you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel grow and reach a wider audience. Again, 13 more likes We want to reach 100 today, and I know we can do that. With 120 million, we can get Tyler Adams, Frimpong, and Casado, 3 good players indeed. But sometimes for branding purposes, again, business also, I think you need to get the big name players. It will be a mix. I don't think we're getting the 3 players you just named. Chelsea should sell all about anyway. Okay. Let me see anything else here. Bobby, this is Boogeyman say hello to you. Coach, honestly, I feel the board will not keep Potter for 5 years. I honestly feel they are using him to get the ship steady, then sack him in 2 years, maybe 3, and get a world-class coach. Here's the thing. You only sack him if he's not doing well, even if that's the plan, and he can win trophy, win the Champions League, start winning games, stabilize this. He stays. He stays. And like I said yesterday, that's a first for everything. So I'm not going to give up on him because he hasn't won too many. Pep Guardiola, like I said yesterday, he wasn't born with the trophies he's won so far as a manager. At one point, he was Barcelona beating manager. He got the opportunity, and if you look at his record, one of the trophies, you always see that a particular trophy was one of the first trophies that he won. So the same thing could happen for Potter. I still have my concerns about Potter, but that's not me. That doesn't mean, again, he will not become, again, a world-class manager. He has the potential to do so. Again, if he can learn from his mistakes. But let's see what happens, though. Again, season's greetings from my brother, DJ Saab. Again, nice to see you, bro. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. He says, season greetings, Coachella, the panel, and everyone in the chat. Hopefully you all had a lovely Christmas. I did, and I'm happy and thankful to God that I recovered well enough to enjoy my Christmas. Enzo can be signed if we agree to pay the full price. Yep. I'm seeing Benfica. They don't want that structure that we used to get Nkunku. They want the money to come in bulk. Installments can be added. Felix will be a loan. I hope we get Felix. I want him really. Again, I'd rather we get Felix over Rafael Leao. Benfica are going to improve Enzo's contract. I don't think we might get him. His agent and people around him are probably advising him to stay. Enzo is not just World Cup hype. He's been a top player. I haven't followed him for a while, and I only knew much about him, how much I know about him at this one, again, during the World Cup. I don't feel like we should keep Kante unless we get good replacement. Big clubs are transitioning to future players. Don't want a situation like Liverpool and Mina. Coach, again, have you heard of, again, Molina from Atleti? Not much. Let us know what you're hearing. That's why we're here. Coach, it's just annoying when we don't do transfers. It takes forever. When other clubs do it, they get the players easy and fast. Watch Liverpool with Gakpo. We don't. Again, I get your argument, but yeah, again, give them a break. I think they will get things done, and they've actually done quite well, if we're being honest. So let me see what we have here. Anything else to address here on the screen? I think I have some updates here I want us to look at. Let me just open it quickly. And if you're in the chat, if you have any questions, shoot, and the panelists will try to address it. Again, so we have some excellent panelists here. We have Roger. We have, again, Ty probably won't be talking much because of something he said in a private chat. We have Bobby here, who knows the club very well, too. So let's see. This one says Enzo Fernandez moving to Chelsea or Manchester United is the most likely outcome. But Benfica are trying to offer him a new improved contract, which would see his release clause rise to 150 million. I don't think he'd take it. I think he would want to move again to the Premier League, to a bigger club maybe. Benfica is a big club, no disrespect, but I think he'd get a chance to win more at Chelsea and Manchester United. But Roger, what I want to ask is this: if it comes to the Premier League, if it's really coming to the Premier League, which of the clubs do you think he'd join? Do you think Man United or do you think Chelsea?
Well, probably United.
Why do you think he'd go to United over us?
They're a big club. They can pay him a lot more. Also, they've got deep pockets. You know, I think they're building something good there. Casemiro's going to be there. It's I'm not saying I would go there. I'm just saying that there's a strong possibility that he could be persuaded to go there. And I think if money is a deciding factor, I think that bodes well for them also. That's why.
if we pay attention to the price tag,
Yeah.
which is 150 million again, how much again in pounds, plus how much they paid for Anthony?
Yeah, they paid about 80 something, right?
Yeah, exactly. They paid quite a lot too for Casemiro, even though he's in his is it 30 already? How old is he? They've signed quite a few. I think they've spent too much again in the market that I don't think they'd be paying that much money. I think because of the FFP, I don't think they'll be spending this much money really.
Okay.
Don't underestimate them.
Do you think they still pay for him and not get into trouble with FFP? I'm not saying they're capable of paying, but
They're capable of doing it.
Yeah, but for FFP's sake, they might shy away from doing it because it's gonna get them into trouble. How much for Anthony? How much for Casemiro? That's a lot of money. And plus in the midfield area, you could say, are they really loaded? They still have Eriksen. They play Eriksen deep, not further forward. I'm not sure they're going to come for him, really. I think there's a lot of money to spend. Go ahead with what you were saying, Ty.
They can do it, but it won't be easy. But
it won't be easy in what sense? FFP, or you think, or what?
Yeah,
what
FFP
sense?
as in terms of what they could use to drag him. Yeah, they have Argentine, I think, or an Argentina player there as well. So in terms of familiarity, in terms of players, they could probably get some advantage there. But I don't really think that really gives them that push or that pull that people expect them to have. I think they're still in it. I think there is a strong chance that it won't be easy. And I mean, people are saying that they think he will come to Chelsea off the two. Right now, I think if we don't get top four, if we don't get any top flight of European competition, I don't really think that none of these players that we're pushing to get in the summer and in January will be interested, and they'll probably go to other clubs. So we need to be careful with the expectations that we have, because it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, especially if we don't make top four. So again, Roger, I hope you understand my argument here. If anything, we're better positioned to sign him, given again the leeway that the new owners are given to invest in a new club. They spent quite a lot. It still falls on that investment for them. The jury will be out for them. They're not. It's not like they've switched ownership, and they spent quite a lot. This again, and they spent in the summer transfer window, plus paying that much money for this guy. I think, I think they wouldn't want to risk it. But the question is, would Enzo want to come to us, given that it's looking like we're not going to make it into top four, and are we going to be able to win Champions League? But you could argue that also again, that it's also a chance that again he would want to come to us if we're willing to pay him again a huge salary, which again because it's business for everybody involved. But that's why we let me catch up with the chat to look at all the topics we have here. And if Bobby, anytime, I know you're at work, if you want to come in and just let me know. We need just 9 more likes to get it to 100 likes. I know we can get there. We have a few minutes to round off. But again, it's important. I'm going to keep comparing this. It doesn't make sense that we have 174 votes on the poll and also just 91 likes. That's not even, again, that's, again, it just beyond half of what we have in participants we have in the poll. So, but we should be doing better than 91 likes. Please go ahead, like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Just 9 more likes to hit 100 likes. Yep, I've looked at that one. This season we're finishing 6th. Again, I don't think we'll make it into top 4, but if it happens, well, I'll take it. United couldn't even get Gakpo. He ended up joining them. There's a chance that won't happen. In terms of pool, United, but realistically, United cannot finish up big deals. Okay, I get that. Honestly, I could see Enzo coming to Chelsea because of Potter. Mac Allister was in the was in the midfield with Enzo, and Potter developed Mark Allister to be a World Cup winning midfielder. Wow, okay. That's another solid argument also. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Coach. One thing I'm looking for now is I'm glad you've mentioned Gapco, whatever his name is. You know, Liverpool, you know, they've invested in a player that is first team capable, for want of a better expression. You know, I want Chelsea now. You know, we need midfielders. We need a right back. We probably, and I think most definitely, need another attacker. We need to start to get these players in. You know, January is a few days away. We've now got our backroom staff and, you know, scouts and technical directors. And, you know, I don't want to see this sort of prolonged chase in the transfer market for a player. You know, yes, we've done extraordinarily well to get David Fofana. That's fantastic. Is he first team ready? That's questionable. Andrey Santos, the same thing. You know, these are young players. I think their time will come. We're looking more to next season. So, you know, your João Felix, your Enzo Fernandez, your Kone, those are the deals that we need to get over the table now. Your Badiashile, you know, these players that can come into the first team, that can make a difference, or at least are bought for that purpose, is what I really want to see now, because it's going to be tough. You know, I don't fancy us for top 4. Can we do it? Yes, it's possible, but I don't fancy it. Certainly, I wasn't impressed with how we played against Bournemouth at all. I'm not going to be fooled.
Yeah, I
by
think we're
that.
going to talk about that after we cover all the topics we have. I wanted to find out why some people believe we actually did very well in that game. But go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, you know, so I'm not fooled by that at all. I think we still have gaping holes, gaping problems, dearths in quality. The depth is inept. We you know, we're praying that we can get through Nottingham Forest. That's our next game, because I watched them against Man United. Yeah, they lost 3-0, but they're very physical, and at home they will be a challenge. And
they play high octane football.
Yeah, we've got to really sit up. So we need to get those transfers in, and early. January is only 4 weeks. So really, the first week, maximum second week, we should be getting these players signing on the dotted line. If not, it's just going to be a protracted nonsense. And we all know that the more protracted a transfer purchase is, the more likely something's going to happen. Someone else is going to step in. The price is going to be ridiculous, or so. Yes, we've had successes. Wesley Fofana, everybody thought the price would be ridiculous, and we managed to get him at a fairly reasonable price for the current market. Yes, we're capable, but we need to be very active, because our squad is not good enough, and top 4 still has to be a target, regardless of what anybody says, regardless of our shortfalls. Hang on, I'm being called. All right, just give me a second.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, sorry, Ways to saying something. Just 1 second, people. Let me type something here. Go ahead, Roger. Were you saying something?
No, he just excused himself. No, carry on. I'm fine.
Okay. I'll come back to you in a bit. Again, quickly, anything else to address here? Make it 100 likes. Yes, people, we need just 7 more to get it to 100 likes. We can get there. And the Undertaker CFC says, big up everyone. Man United only have 20 million to spend in January.
What source is that?
Can you elaborate? Please help us understand. I really want to learn why it's just 20 million. But again, I've always suspected they're not going to be spending too much because of how much they've spent already. So Undertaker CFC, please again, do let me know what you mean. Calvin Atule sounds like a Nigerian brother here. Chelsea should forget about Rafael Leao. I wouldn't say forget about him, but if you ask me, I'd say I'd prefer us sign again. I prefer we sign João Felix. Given that we're looking for creative midfielders, not really. We shouldn't be prioritizing Rafael Leao But I get your argument there. J5 is holding Chelsea back. He doesn't have a winning mentality. Okay. Bastian Ogero, if that's what you think. Again, I'm not going to argue against you. You have every right to argue that. So let's look at what we have next here. I think that's it. Again, as for the structure, again, what we have lined up to talk. But what I want to ask you quickly, the signing of Datro Fofana, I had it somewhere. Why am I missing it? I wanted us to talk about it. Just give me 1 second, Roger. Let me find that one.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry?
No problem, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just 1 second. Is it this one here? Oh, okay. We still have a few more ahead. This guy, I saw somebody on Twitter ask a question, but these are his numbers. Let's talk about his number first. David Datro Fofana's games by numbers, 24 games, shots on target 39. That's huge, really. Shots on target 39, goals of 15 goals, assists 3 assists, chances created 22, and he's a number 9. You're seeing that tackles completed 52. This is not a talent you send out on loan.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know some people will still come back and say, it's a Norwegian league. That was where, again, Haaland himself started, really. He still has to face a goalkeeper, good goalkeepers. He still has to face a good defense. This is not a talent you send out on loan. I hope, and he speaks good English too. If anything, if it happens that again we're not able to get a work permit for him, then yeah, I'd look at it and say, okay, fine. Again, we couldn't do anything. But plus, again, what's his name? Again, Amanda Brewer will be out for nearly a year or even more than a year. Again, what's his name? Aubameyang cannot do too much running. But this guy is still young, he's still 20. Look at his numbers, really. Again, Roger, what do you say? This is not a talent, really, for me you send out on loan.
It's prolific, isn't it? That's.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, I've seen. I know we shouldn't really go by it, but I've seen, videos of the highlights of him. He looks quite promising, but those are edited and can be deceiving, if you know what I mean. So you have to see the whole context of the game. But I mean, he's coming at a very inexpensive price. He comes with a huge ceiling for potential. I don't see why not. He's very young. He's raw. Who knows? He could be a wonder kid for us. One doesn't know. It's very early, but I mean, what options do we have? Broyer's gone for the season, and I mean this politely, but Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, I know he's not getting the service, but I'm sorry, he's a player that has passed his prime. He's way past his prime. His expiration date is gone. I'm really saddened that we.
I think you're jumping into conclusion to that again to say that.
Now, that's just my observation of what I've seen so far. He could get a hat trick in every single game remaining, and win the Golden Boot. One doesn't know. Is that likely? No. He just, from what I've seen, when he comes on, he doesn't make an impact. When he starts, he invariably doesn't make an impact. He's missed some sitters too, so I'm not impressed with him. Now he could change my mind by being more consistent and getting more minutes and being clinical. But I think getting Pierre Aubameyang, I think that was a mistake. It seems like
so. But your overall argument is that we should keep what's his name? We should keep again. If he gets a work permit, I think he should stay with the first team.
Who's this?
We're talking about David Datro Fofana. If he gets a work permit, he's a talent that's worth keeping. Really.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to get him.
Yeah. Again, we've signed him. He's completed his move. Something else I do not understand. The contract is defined as, again, a pre-agreement or so. I think I understand what that means because it's not January yet. Until it's January, then it's
Oh, you mean
official.
technically? Yeah.
Yeah. So can you explain that for that how they explain the signing of the player?
Well, the season, the silly season doesn't start till January the 1st, doesn't it? So you can do a pre-arrangement to say like I'm going to sign David Fofana beginning January the 1st. So which is great, but right now it's not valid until that time period has been crossed, and therefore it's you're just basically signing someone for the future, and that future window is January the 1st onwards. And then once he's passed, I guess, gets his work permit and he passes I think he's passed the fitness already. We've signed him, correct? So
Yeah, he's passed his medicals. Yeah.
So then guess what? Then once he gets once January 1st comes to fruition, he's a Chelsea player for all intents and purposes, assuming he gets the immigration work permit. I don't see that not happening. So there you go. I would like to see him start way more than Pierre-Emerick. I don't want to see him come on unless we are so badly hurting for players that we have an injury rash. I just, from what I've seen, from everything I've seen of Pierre-Emerick, I'm not high on him at all.
And the fact that he completed 52 take-ons, he's a striker really, and created 22 chances. And I know, again, that's one thing I like about strikers. I don't like strikers who are so selfish that once, again, the team gets to the final third, goal scoring, they think it must be about them. This is a guy, again,
impressive.
Yeah, that's impressive, really. And again, that shows we have a complete player here. And when I talked about him a few days ago, I talked about how the most important thing I like about him is that he's not selfish. He's always looking to see if somebody's better positioned than I am so that the team gets a goal. Not always about him. Again, they really paid attention to the numbers before they signed him, really. I'm excited. Hopefully, he gets the work permit. Go ahead if you were saying something so I can catch up with the chat. We have just a few minutes to round up, and we need just 5 more likes. 5 more likes, people, to get it to 100 likes. We can do that. And the Jorginho poll, has 161 votes. Surprisingly, we still cannot get 5 more likes to get to 100. Go ahead with what you were saying, Roger.
No, I want to see him play. I mean, I know it's a different league, but those numbers are impressive. And after seeing, basically a montage of his scoring and the highlights of him, he looks quite impressive. He really does. I seriously, would you rather him? I don't know about start, but just like see him in front of Pierre-Emerick or no?
You can pair them both because again he does the running while again Aubameyang positions himself very well given his statistics of him creating chances. You can pair them both, but again at this point I'd rather Aubameyang leave and this guy comes in. Really, yes. That's not me saying Aubameyang has failed at Chelsea. I think the whole thing comes to the lack of service for him.
But there's a combination of reasons why.
Yeah, no, exactly, combination of issues. But these numbers are very, very impressive, especially the take-ons. Really, that shows you we're not just getting another Lukaku, who again once our team of honor one-on-one just gives the ball to the open, and then chances created. Really, that's a high. I think this is not a talent to send out on loan. And I'm sure the club wouldn't send him out on loan, except if they, again, not able to get work permit for him. But I followed the work permits, process quite for a long time to know that sometimes they make exceptions for some talent. Because the whole thing was designed to show only the best come to the Premier League. So I think that's why they do make exceptions. But let's see what happens. Man United only have the money from Ronaldo going to spend. Oh, now it makes perfect sense. And the Undertaker, thank you so much for saying that. Bastien Ogre says, still consider Mendy a goalkeeper. Reece James, Thiago, Chile, Fit Kante, and sometimes Kovacic, Pulisic and Ziyech, if only, again, utilized well. Those are the only players I trust, really. And let me bust your bubble a little bit. I don't trust Mendy. As much as I think Mendy is a good goalkeeper, he has the potential to be one of the best in the world. But the fact remains something has gone quite wrong for him, and it doesn't look like he's going to come back from it if he remains at Chelsea. That's not me saying he's a bad goalkeeper.
No.
It
Who
looks
saw
like,
this
again,
coming? Who saw this coming 6 months ago? I didn't.
Oh, we oh, I think you paid attention to our argument then.
No, I'm talking about drop in form, and then this it's I don't know. I'm talking about 6 months ago. I didn't see that this would transpire. I didn't see him losing his starting job. You know, he looked quite good, and then all of a sudden, the bottom fell out. It was, yeah, it's quite shocking actually.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider his physical attributes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does. Mendy does have the potential to be doing way better. Mainly, I think his biggest problems has been lapses in concentration.
Yeah,
and form. And from those two things, sometimes what you need to do is to switch clubs, and there's a chance you'll be fine. I think at this point, in his case, I think the only, again, the last result would be to find another club. Maybe again he'll regain that hunger, which Emperor argued on the panel here that there's a chance Mendy's biggest problem is that he's lost that hunger he had when he joined Chelsea.
Oh, for sure.
It's more like, again, that high people get after going from one relationship to another, and boom, they want that high again. They break up again and start looking for that high. Maybe he needs to leave Chelsea to start doing well, because he's capable of doing better than he's done. And unfortunately for him, at the World Cup, some high-profile mistakes also. So that's a serious problem. FedEx says that Man United should cancel the plan to release Ronaldo because their backup striker has been taken away by Liverpool. Oh, again, the striker that had the plan to sell. I think they're still doing well without Ronaldo, actually. The goals can come from those playing on the flanks and all. They can play with a hybrid number 9 and still do well. Ronaldo, actually, if anything, was more problematic to them than he provided a solution for them. Aubameyang is finished. I know Kimso will come in and say something. I saw it on the news that if Potter doesn't achieve top 4 for us again this season, he's going to be sacked. No, I don't think so. I think you must have listened to Abolonho spill that nonsense about how should be sacked and blah, 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 and all that nonsense. I don't think so, really, but we'll see what happens. And again, I will be blamed Todd Boehly for the silly mistakes he made. I'm not going to blame him. There's no way telling whether it will blow up in his face or not. There's still time. We don't have enough sample to judge anybody. Next time, again, he should have had impressed us with Arsenal. Okay. I'm not sure what you're referencing there. This is, again, Fofana looks like a talent. I would keep him. I am sure he can get a minute for the rest of the season. Quite a lot, because Kai Havertz is not number 9. Aubameyang will leave on, again, because of David Fofana. Probably, again, Aubameyang wasn't signed for a long time. I think it was a short time. And probably you could argue there's a chance, had Thomas Tuchel stayed, he'd be doing better at Chelsea. There's 2 Fofanas at Chelsea FC. Yep. Alvarez, on the back of a great season at River Plate, walked into the argument. And that's why I know, if anything, the fact that we did not spend that much money for him. I think my screen is frozen. Correct? Tell me if you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So again, if anything, the fact we did not pay too much money for him, it's a good thing, actually. 10 million euros. When you pay anything, again, 30, 40, 45, 100 million, that's an added pressure on the player to perform, to measure, again, to produce value that will measure how much money we pay for him. So to him, how much we pay is not an issue. He has to play football, not worry about how much we pay for him. So yeah, that's a steal for us, really. I saw Fofana talk about Chelsea in a video clip. Yeah, that gave me chills. I love that. I remember players saying that Chelsea is their dream. But again, it meant something to Fofana, the way he spoke and the way he actually did hit his chest when he was talking about it. He doesn't know why, but Chelsea. Plus, he idolized Drogba when he played for Chelsea and wants to follow in Drogba's footsteps. Fofana, the weekend, he smiled. Yeah, you paid good attention. deep down, he really wants to play for the club. Fofana would do good things, and I hope to see him at the club as soon as possible. Yeah, again, he was speaking like he was, again, an academy player. Yep, again, maybe he is. Again, Chelsea got to stop that old school mentality, because those young players, we got to at least check the pitch for us. To again, if James said before, again, okay, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say there. We need midfielders, right back, left back. We don't need any more strikers. Yep, we don't need any more strikers. That is if Fofana gets a work permit. Yeah, because we can't just say Aubameyang and then Aubameyang and Kai Havertz will suffice until, again, Armando Broja recovers. So to me, again, I wouldn't risk it. This one here for Simon Phillips, the last one from the list of stuff we have to talk about. Chelsea are progressing fast on the deal for Monaco's Benoit Badiashile. Personal terms have already been agreed with the French defender. Yep, again, I want to see him really at Chelsea Football Club. I'm taking my time to watch him. I think he's a fine player, if we're being honest. Coming back to you, Roger, let's round off by talking about this again. It was surprising how many people were saying Chelsea are back. Some content creators even had the title, "The Real Chelsea Are Back." Chelsea smash Bournemouth. That wasn't the case, really. Your thoughts? What did they watch a different game, Roger? What's going on? Because this is no different to the time where we had 7 games unbeaten run, and you were one of those that were clamoring. There's a big issue here. Yeah, we haven't lost a game, but we have a big problem. I think what we saw against Bournemouth, a lot of problem, really. Had Bournemouth been a better team, they had the chance, actually. They pressed us long enough to cancel the goals and even beat us. And had they scored, gotten a goal back earlier, there's a chance they beat us.
Okay, so when I was watching that game live, there wasn't at any moment in time did I feel we were going to concede a goal. That is down to 2 things. One, I thought aerially and defensively, collectively speaking, we were dominant. And secondly, it's because they didn't pose a threat per se. I thought until the 94th or 5th minute when Solanke missed that header, I could have gone in. I thought, we could have been easily 3-4-0 up. We had some bad calls go against us. You can also include that in the whole sphere of things. I don't think we were under any sort of threat of even drawing the game, let alone losing it. And that's the first time I can actually say that, with maybe the exception of the Wolves game, since Potter
I agree.
in charge. I thought we dominated the game in virtually all aspects. So I don't understand this complaint about, we were poor in the second half in this area. Yeah, we could have done better. There's no doubt about it.
Weren't we poor, really?
No. I mean, I've seen it twice and I looked at it objectively. There were some players tiring, yes. I didn't agree with his original substitutions, but after I saw Sakaria play and he was losing the ball, then I agree with that substitution. I thought we went clinical and we had a little bit of bad luck. We had 2 calls that went against us. It's simple as that. Could have been 4-0 easily. And then what would you be saying?
Go ahead.
Can I add to that?
Just let him drop. Go ahead, Roger. Drop. Bobby wanted to say.
Bobby, go ahead. I've dropped enough today. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you.
Enough. Go ahead, Bobby.
I think you're right. They were never a real threat to us.
No.
But that's the greatest source of my annoyance.
No, I get that.
The fact that we allowed them to start to put us under pressure. And why was that? Yes, okay, let's say Zakaria started tiring and giving the ball away and came off. We had no one else. There was nobody else to come in and fill that void or do that job in the middle.
Well, because
Gallagher was absolutely atrocious. And
Gallagher, Gallagher didn't go. I'll tell you why. Because you've got people like Kante. You've got people like what's it called? that played in the third place
Kovacic.
World Cup, Kovacic, that they're not available. That's why. It's like
yes, but if you look at I give Man City as an example. Man City have Calvin Phillips. They have what's his name? Oh gosh,
what midfielders?
Yeah, I mean
They've got an army.
Yeah, they're full of midfielders now. All of them, if they're not there, they still have more midfielders to bring on to at least do half a decent job.
Sure.
We don't have that either. I mean, you look at the bench. Who else would have come on to shore things up in the central defensive position? Nobody. And that's my annoyance.
Yes.
Why have we put ourselves in that position as a football team, as a football club?
No, I agree with that. I agree with.
You know, and
go ahead.
And the players that did come on were poor. I mean, they were so poor. I mean, Gallagher was hopeless in midfield.
I thought Gallagher. Yeah, I agree with you. He didn't cover himself in glory, and Aubameyang looked ridiculous also.
Oh, Aubameyang, you know, those sorts of players, I've sort of completely come off the bandwagon. And, you know, as a result, you know, why I've been so harsh on Mason Mount in this game is that I've now come to understand that Mount is only as good as the players around him. You put Mount in a shocking team, and he's not a winner. He's not when I say he's not a winner, I mean, he's not somebody that will make the difference.
He did.
He'll make the
he
difference.
got the second goal, and
yeah,
what a
did
beautiful
while we
goal.
were playing well.
Right, but he still did that. He was able to execute
Absolutely.
in a clinical fashion. So,
absolutely.
Usually,
while we were playing.
Yeah, but usually this happens where it's like, oh my gosh, we can't even get. How many times now in the last 5+ years have we seen us where we need that second goal? We need that second goal because they're like one. It's too fragile.
It was a well-taken goal. Go ahead, Bobby. Finish
it was an excellently taken goal.
Yeah,
you know, it really was. But I want to get off that horse now, of you know, well done. You know, for nearly performances. I mean, that's what I'm doing with England. You know, as a national team, I'm no longer applauding good performances when you lose games. I'm tired of that. No. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm trying to be really critical, really looking for the top performance.
I watched Mount in the second half more than any other player because based on 2 days ago, your critique of him. And have you watched the game a second time?
I haven't, actually. I haven't. I was so disgusted with the first.
I have, and I'll be honest with you. I didn't think he played as poorly as you may have perceived.
Well, I can accept that, especially after your observation of why Zakaria came off. Because, you know, when you're not actually there live, you tend not to see these things.
Yeah.
And yes,
I'm guilty of it always.
I will accept if people think, because I saw what Joe Cole was saying, that, you know, he does a lot of things off the ball that nobody else knows about. Well, I didn't actually see that in the game.
And that's actually his biggest problem. That's the reason why he may never get to reach his potentials, because that's what managers value the most, his industry and amount of running he does.
To me, that's fine, as long as I can. I didn't actually see it. You know, I saw the old losing the ball a lot, losing 50-50 tackles. That was my criticism. That's all. But if it is true, and if I watch it again and I make those observations, then I'll take the criticism accelerator pedal off a bit. You know, I love Mount. I think he's an excellent talent. He's a Chelsea boy.
Yeah, he is.
He's an England international. I want him to be the man. I want him to be that player that we go to. I want him to be in contention for your Ballon d'Ors. I want him up there. I do not like mediocre Mount. I do not like, because I think he can be. And, you know, I like that he finished. You know, that's one side of his game. He needs to improve. That's goal scoring. So I'm being a little bit harsh, although he can't hear me, but you know what I mean. I'm being a little bit harsh because I want more from him. Sterling, well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what it is. I
Roger
never had
Roger
that
would
faith.
tell you more. He even have a spreadsheet of Sterling's failed dribbles.
I don't. I was never that keen on Sterling in the first place.
So, trust me.
People convinced me of Sterling, just like Lukaku. They never convinced me, but I had to accept it when it happened. So
He's 24.53% success rate in dribbling.
yeah, I mean, he does a few things, but he's too inconsistent for my liking. For a player
he did play well though, and his pass was sublime. It was Trent Alexander-esque. It was a gorgeous pass to Kai, the first goal, and I thought he hooked up with Reece and who else? And Kai, that I thought they played very well. They were interchangeable. I thought they were very. Yes, I understand the opposition isn't exactly.
No, just quickly before I continue into again, because we're in 3 hours 44 minutes. I don't want it to get to the 4th hour without us being done. I have to go take care of something quickly. If you look at the numbers here, these guys, they had 8 shots, more corners than us.
Yes.
Again, that's what I'm saying. Again, we won, but you could say it was in again. You could say you have every right to say it was a flattering outcome, really, because they had
what?
Yeah, no. Again, again
What's
because they played 8 corner kicks against us. What did that show
against you? 6. So because we're 2-0 up, and where's the bygone time when we can say?
Here's the thing: we only played well. We actually only played well in the first half.
So
if we're being honest.
So can I just say something?
Yeah.
Where the times where we used to be critiqued for, we should be able to absorb the pressure and come away with it with a victory. That's exactly what we did.
Again, this is because, so much pressure on us because we lost the midfield battle. We said again,
because of our lack of depth.
I don't want to make this an argument. My point is, again, it wasn't all rosy as most people are putting it.
No, really. I'm not saying it was, but I actually thought we dominated the game for the most part. Not all of it.
During the first half, we dominated and should have scored more goals. I agree.
Yes, it should have been 3 or 4.
This is not again. You come out and say we've seen the old Chelsea again, and we smashed them. No, it wasn't like that. If they had good attackers and were clinical enough, there was a time they were on us. They were on us nearly throughout the second half, really, if we're being honest. But go ahead with what you were saying.
From tell us someone died DWP Gov UK.
I don't think that we were. How shall I put this? I wasn't under at any moment did I think we were going to concede a goal. I just
get
wasn't.
that, but we're saying, was this again? Is this the performance show? It was a game again. I don't know.
We were able. We won 2-0.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were able to absorb pressure. Surely that's what we should be able to do. No.
Okay, if that's how you're saying it, honestly, I'm not going to argue, but I know you understand my point. It wasn't the best of performances.
I get it, but it wasn't the worst either. Because
it wasn't the worst either. But again, there are still existing issues if we paid attention.
Sure, no, there's no doubt about it. I'm not saying there isn't. I am not saying there isn't. Let's put it this way. We dominated the first half. The second half, we could have played better. But at no point did they were peppering the goal, hitting the post.
No, it wasn't like they peppered. They
offside.
pressured us, really.
Which we were able to absorb.
Okay, fine. If that's how you want to see it, you win. To me, overall...
But I see your point also.
Yeah, it was a game of 2 halves. And I understand, I understand what you mean, again, by saying, we observed the pressure, we still came out on top. We won 2-0. That's all that matters. It's because, again, we don't sign Fofana.
And there have been times where we haven't been able to beat a team that we should on paper beat. And I thought we did so.
Yeah, again, thank you so much, guys. We need just 3 more likes to get it to 100 likes. If you haven't, please do take a second to drop a like on the stream. We have 198 votes on, again, a participant in the poll. Why shouldn't we have at least 100 likes? Let me catch up with what we have in the chat. And then we'll call it a day. So if those on the panel has a final thought, I have to go take care of something. I know we're enjoying the conversation and everything. It's because we don't sign Fofana big fee like 100 million. That is why people are talking. It's going to go to no. The loan thing probably may well come down to him not getting a work permit. I think the club will keep him. his numbers, I'm going to open it again. His numbers isn't something, again, this is not the talent to send out on loan, for being honest. It's a good footballer. Mbappe have chance in Monaco. That is why they're selling to PSG. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I think he gets his chances. One talent. He's proven himself. He's played quite a lot of games. It's not like he's still in the academy. He played in the first division. And look at his numbers. This is not a talent you send out on loan, but I understand everything you're saying. Haaland have a good opportunity in Dortmund. That is why they send him to Man City. Let's give this guy a chance. It's not up to us. I think the only issue, again, look at the circumstances at the club. What's his name? Broya is out injured, which means again we're thin in that area. Aubameyang can't do too much running. Aubameyang needs to be on the pitch if the supplies will come. If the supplies don't come, he's going to be practically useless. So we need a Datro Fofana to be there. Only when James came off, the levels dropped. From that point on, again, it got worse in the second half. I mean, Chelsea needed to stop sending those young talents on loan before letting them get in on the pitch so we can find out if they are gems or not. This is as much as this is a solid argument, there's a lot of them really. If you go pay attention to how many, again, academy players that are good, we just cannot accommodate all of them. That's why in most cases we end up selling some will end up running down their contract and asking the club to let them go. And in most cases we don't have options than to sell them really, or they live on a free. But that makes sense. Gallagher days are done with Chelsea. It's not good enough just because of one poor performance. I don't think so. I think he will stay. But if it comes down to the club needing to sell some players to make money to balance the books, he may well fall into that category of players that the club could decide to sell. Aubameyang scored hat-trick in every team he played except Chelsea. It's not too late yet at Chelsea. How many games into the season and how many games did he get a chance to play? Again, I think he's going to be fine. 14 million ain't that much. It's not, but I think Aubameyang will still come good. Mount is almost 4 years into his Chelsea career. He's no longer this young player. No, he's still a young player. He's still 23. I think we've talked about this. People don't seem to pay attention to Mount. Is still very young. He's still developing as a player. It's just because he's been there for a long time now. We expect him to be I don't know how it's to be playing as a player in his peak. He's not there yet. Mount is still learning. But again, I'm not going to go into that. He's no longer that. Again, this young player, he's a man now. He has to step up because, to the Chelsea fans outside of England, he's nothing special to us. Okay, that is you being as specific as ever. And that's really funny. 8 corner kicks and scored none. Yeah, they didn't score any, but it's still concerning. That just shows, again, it wasn't like we dominated them and they didn't get a chance to play. They did play. And actually, they did not defend deep like I thought they would, really. The way Chelsea promoted to the rest of the world, he is the poster boy. He is the person I assume should be given us, again, 8+. Okay, you're saying 8+ goals performances every game. 8+ rating every game. Yes, people, again, how many? Let's see. 2 more likes to get it to 100 likes if it happens. Again, maybe it's different from what you're saying in the front end. I'm looking at it from the back end. If you haven't, please do take us on to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Please like and subscribe when you enter. Yes, please, the likes do go a long way for the channel. Thank you so much for saying that, Liam. Make it 100 likes, people. Let's do that. Yep, we got it. 100 likes, and I'll think about the push-up next. But thank you so much for the likes, guys. I appreciate that. My screen is frozen. Roger, can you address this and we will call it a day?
Mount. Okay, so Mount is almost 4 years into his Chelsea career. He is no longer this young player. He is a man now. He has to step up because to the Chelsea fans outside of England, he is nothing special to us.
The second part just says it all. But the first part is where I'm paying attention. His age, and that he's a man now. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, sure. He's not a fetus anymore, is he? Really?
Yeah, I would. Again, you haven't said that in a while.
Mason Mount is what we're looking at him now. He's 23 years and 11 months. So, hey, same week as me, 10th of January, 1999. So, no, he's I wouldn't call him a seasoned vet, but he's a well-established player now. And I
Given
think
how long he's played, not because of his age.
Indeed. And I think he does bring a lot to the team. Let's say he was playing for trying to think of a team here now. Let's say he played for Arsenal, and let's say he was French. And let's say I observed him, I would still rate him highly. It's not because he's from Cobham or because he's English or because he plays for Chelsea. I will critique a player regardless of where they come from or what team he or she plays for. It's simple as that. I think it can't be just every coach that basically he's played under invariably puts him first on the team sheet.
Why? Mainly because of his industry.
Yes, but also he adds quality too.
Yeah, but again, it looks like the priority is to get him to do a lot of running, pressing out there in the team, which was why Thomas Tuchel
look at
overplayed
Liverpool.
him.
Well, look at Liverpool. That's what they do. They're a rock and roll team, and that's the modern game nowadays.
Here's where my argument lies, Roger.
Sure. Where does it lie?
Do you know how the
pillow?
managers, the previous two, again, the previous three managers, from Frank Lampard to Thomas Tuchel, even I think Graham Potter is showing that he's going to be doing again more of that. Do you know how they paid attention more to the development of Mason Mount as a young player, and not just again have him on the pitch to run? Even Thomas Tuchel, even at the time when Mason Mount was mentally tired, it was clear he played the most games.
Sure.
So again, any other player,
you have a look.
He became mentally tired, and he kept fielding him just because of that industry. And again, the only thing that would get you to understand this guy is mentally tired was his decision making then. I think, if anything, that's the reason why, again, he's the player that divides opinion the most, because they're not paying attention to his development as a young player. This guy is technically gifted, but every now we only see flashes of his technical ability every now and then, like the goal he scored against Atletico Madrid in the run to the Champions League final, and the goal he scored yesterday. I think there's one also, some free kicks, flashes of it, no consistency in that, but he has it in him. But because the managers value the amount of work he does on the pitch more than his technical ability.
Same with Kai. You have a look. He's a very
that to a certain measure has become detrimental to his development. Yes. That needs to change, really.
But why? Because you have teams like Liverpool and City. Look at City. They're not just, oh, look, I can pass well, I can do all kinds of tricks. No, a team like a Liverpool, a City, a Barcelona, what are they all famous for? Once they lose the ball, they retrieve it and press in gangs immediately and regain possession immediotly.
Then go get Ramirez. Add Ramirez to your team. Get Kante, add them to your team.
But
you don't again dwarf the development of again a very talented player like Mason Mount that even again what's his name? Lionel Messi picked him as one of the best young players then when asked.
So can I ask you a question? Yeah. How come I don't hear people critique Klopp for that? He's basically doing this on a level that is unparalleled. It's like, so does Pep. It's like it's the style of play. It's like, yeah, no, I agree with you. Just like I personally think we've abused Kante to the point it was ridiculous. And that's why
Kante will abuse Mount.
Sorry, sir.
We abuse Mount.
No, I agree with you. To a certain extent, I agree with you. But it's because of this mentality that you have to win now. Because if you're a coach, especially for Chelsea, because they have a tendency to get rid of coaches in 20-year span. We have gone through more coaches than any other Premier League team. It's simple as that. So there's a propensity to pull the trigger or the trap door on a coach or manager/manager. So that's why they're even under more pressure to say, listen, this guy, he produces for me. I can't afford not to put him in there because I could lose my job. And that's the nature of the beast, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, I'm going to catch up with the chat and we'll call it a day. I'm enjoying this conversation, this debate, whatever you want to call it. It's been so enjoyable. If we keep talking, I'm going to miss where I wanted to go, and we'll get into 5 hours and we'll still be here. I'm sure you're enjoying it too, Roger. To be honest,
it's been always.
It's been one of the best in a while, if we're being honest here. And again, my brother Liam Lane here reminding you, let's like the video again. I think we've gone beyond 100 likes, and that's brilliant. Thank you so much also for 7,009 subscribers. That's not easy. I was thinking it was going to take a few days for us to get there, but wow, you guys surprised me. The community is growing. And if you haven't, if you're just arriving, please do take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much. I sincerely do appreciate that. Again, this one says Chelsea fans should cut Mount some slack. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen. We needed to get a right back to the term cover again. But that's, by the way, again, Reece James, I'm not going to start talking about that. Dengel Agiyaman Kai, nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Please drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much. Yes, we need competition for Reece James. We need another rotational player. So if James is out, we'll still play good, and that player will still come and do a good enough job. And we'll also rotate with Reece James so Reece doesn't get overplayed, and the player himself will not be overplayed because they're humans overall. After all, they can't play every game; they will burn out. He has over 150 games for Chelsea. I'm just saying again to rephrase it to the outside world. He is good, but not the world class. Again, he reminds me of James Milner more than a Lampard.
James Milner.
Oh my goodness. Chelsea, are you sure you're gonna go to heaven? But here's the thing. If we're being honest, I'm gonna say this again. I don't know how. Do I think Mason Mount is the best player at Chelsea?
No.
Do I think he's the worst?
Divisive?
Exactly. Do I think he's the worst? No. But I think people are overreacting really. Again, to his down. I think it's a downtime in terms of form. But that's, by the way, Mount has proven again that he's better and can be best growing up in the game. I see him breaking Frank Lampard's record. Goal record and be a Chelsea great. I think, because he started very early, really. And I think he can do that. But let's see what happens. I don't understand why there's even a debate about Mount. He's a top baller. You want goals, but what he does off the ball, again, is unmatched and goes unnoticed. To most people, to those that don't understand people, and that's Alaki Nkambule. Nice to see you here, brother. Again, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Mount scored again. Let him breathe. Give him a chance, at least for the goal. That's how you're saying it. Let's address the imbalance in the squad first. Then appreciate Mount. Yes, his talent requires that. He should be doing more. But again, it's a team sport. Let everyone pull their weight. Why picking out Mason Mount? Unfortunately, it's a toxic culture at the club, and that will never change. At the moment, this is the last comment I will take. Coach, watch a young Milner, same traits, work ethic with little goals and assists here. I am good again with that. Don't promote him to me like Lampard. Lampard was world class. Even Lampard wasn't the most technically gifted, if we're being honest. But I get your argument.
But he was clinical.
He's clinical, and his work rate also. Again, those are the things that define him. Yeah. So, Roger, coming back to the panel, your final thoughts so we can call it a day. I know Bobby is at work, Ty isn't available. Again, I'm already late to where I want to go. Your final thoughts on everything we talked about. If not, let's just call it a day.
Yeah, I think it's been a great discussion amongst varied subjects. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, and also, obviously, with my learned colleague, Bobby. I love hearing from Bobby.
You have to sound like a lawyer, otherwise you lose your job.
But seriously, thank you, gentlemen. It's been an honor, and thank you for the chat group also.
More thanks to you, brother. I know again how it is to lose a loved one. Again, stay strong. And again, I hope you're coping with it. Again, my condolences to the entire family. Tell them Coach says hi. And then I'm praying for you guys. For everyone in the chat, thank you so much again. Thank you guys for 7,000 again, for 7,011 subscribers. We get 11 more subscribers after we reached 7,000. That's not easy. Again, we're there because of you, because of the panelists. Again, everyone has provided great value. Nobody again is better than the other. And believe me, we can only grow from strength to strength. We're more like a community here, more like a family here. And I cannot thank you guys enough. And just the last one here, Milner's work rate will be most welcome in this current Chelsea team. Again, honestly, again, work rate, you can say we lack that in the midfield area, really. We only have that in the front line. But that's by the way. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to my brother, Adekunle Temitope. Thank you to Bobby on the panel, Ty on the panel, Chelsea Blue. Thank you so much. Kimso. Thank you so much. And in Kambule, thank you so much. Dengel, thank you. Who else? Liam Lane, the captain of the house. Thank you so much. The Maya Falawele, thank you. I cannot say thank you to everyone. There's too many of you. And if I missed saying thank you to you, apologies again. But more importantly, I appreciate you finding time to join the show. With that, we've come to the end of the show. And again, my screen, when it gets to the end of the show, starts to freeze. I hope to see you guys tomorrow for another Blue Morning Show. Thanks so much. God bless us all. See you guys next time, and bye.
Goodbye.